You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty, good morning, GM.
Good morning.
What's up, man? How you doing?
What's up? I'm good.
I've been all over the place.
I know you just got back. How long were you in Mexico City for?
It was like a long weekend. I was there from like Thursday to Tuesday. Flew back Tuesday morning. Back to the fiat job, juggling all the various Monero projects along the way. The conference has definitely taken over my life at this point, though. These things are just like they don't scale well, you know. It's like when you try to manage these conferences, there's no way to kind of run them efficiently because you're just dealing with so many people, and then trying to do it in a foreign land just adds a whole nother layer of fun. But it's coming along nicely. You guys saw last week I was down there. Accomplished a lot. Got the venue on board. Spoke to the woman that's going to be running the marketplace on Saturday and Sunday because she's different from the woman who ran it last year. The woman who ran it last year will be involved as well. She's going to be running the marketplace on Thursday, Friday. There's a whole negotiation that had to take place so we could get the extra space where she could run her market on Thursday, Friday. But yeah, the new woman that I spoke to, she's completely on board with getting her vendors on board. I sat down with her for like an hour, her and her partner, and I onboarded them to Cake Wallet, sent them some Monero, explained to them the whole thing. She was actually thinking bigger picture, like wanted to continue. Like she's like, well, what happens after this? Which I thought was encouraging to hear. She was like seeing it more than just, okay, they collect Monero for 2 days and then they just sell it for pesos. She wanted to know, like, you know, how do we continue on? So that was encouraging to hear that she was interested in it kind of on a deeper level. I think I told you guys, right, that there were vendors down there that I met that were at the conference last year still accepting Monero. Did I tell you that?
Yep, saw the stickers there from a year ago.
I hung out with, like, I think I tweeted out like a video I did with him. One of the vendors, he'll be there this year again. Yeah, he was there. He had a sticker. He had his Cake Wallet ready to accept Monero. Unfortunately, he had lost a bunch of Monero. I don't know if he's just super based and he was just lying to me. No, I don't think he was. Unfortunately, he lost his private key, or he accidentally deleted the app, and he's not sure if he wrote down his key. And I think he had a decent amount because he kept all his Monero from the sales he made last year. And then he said, I don't know if I was totally understanding everything he said, but he made it sound like since the last time we did Monerotopia till when I met him a couple of days ago, that he had done like 50 Monero transactions in between where people had paid for things in Monero.
Wow,
which
really?
I found to be kind of like shocking in a good way. I was like, what? Like that people would see his sticker, and anybody that saw his sticker was like, I gotta pay him Monero. Like if they had Monero, and like at that point they didn't even care what he was selling. They just wanted to buy something with Monero. He's like, they just wanted to buy stuff off of me because I accepted Monero. And then he said it happened to him in other places, in another part of Mexico too, in Oaxaca, which is a beautiful area on the coast. He went down there, and I guess he was doing his stand down there, and he had foreigners that came and bought stuff off of him with Monero that were in Mexico. So that when I hear those things, that makes me very excited to hear, right? Like it's not just us like doing these things and they never gain any traction, but it sounds like the kindling is starting to catch fire, which is very exciting to hear.
That's awesome.
Yeah, right. So he'll be there at the conference this year with all the other vendors, and so we should be in a better place. Last year we were kind of onboarding them during the conference. I tried before, but it's not easy. It's not easy, guys. None of this stuff is easy to do, especially if you throw in the foreign language. I'm pretty good at convincing people to use Monero. Tux, you've seen it in person. When I have to do it in Spanish, I don't really have my normal playbook to run through, so it's not that easy. But people like this are going to help us. The people that are already onboarded, I told him because he was even saying what could I do to help. I told him help us onboard all the other vendors, and we're in anticipation. We're gonna hopefully get them all onboarded. We're starting a WhatsApp group with all the vendors, so they'll all be in there beforehand. We'll be explaining Monero to them. I'm going to try to get each of them to download Cake Wallet, send me their address, and send them 50 pesos worth of Monero. So they have some Monero. They've received their first transaction, and then I want to get them to give me their a copy of their Monero QR code, their receive address, and we'll try to print those up so they can put them on their vendor stand during the conference. So they don't need to be taking out their phone, showing everybody their phone to do a transaction while they're trying to, cook tacos. People can just scan their QR code, show them that they paid, and it will make it more seamless that way. The other thing we're doing to try to have it actually work better is have local nodes running there. So we got the Nodo. The Nodo is running pretty smoothly right now, and we will have them at the conference. This is what I'm being told by Abdullah. So knock on wood, praying that it actually happens. But I should have a couple of Nodos on me, some that will be for sale, and I'm thinking I'm going to be using 2 for the actual conference to have them running. And then I will have them running off of a Starlink or 2 Starlinks. We have 2 Starlinks. I'm going to have the Nodos directly connected to those. And then the idea being people that are in the marketplace, they're trying to make transactions, and the vendors can connect locally to the Starlink Wi-Fi, and then also connect to the Nodo that will be on the same Wi-Fi by simply scanning the Nodo QR address to add the Nodo as their local node on on their Cake Wallet. So super excited about that, right? I mean, Tux, what do you think? Should that solve the problem of making transactions smoother, making
I think that would solve the majority
faster?
of issues. Yeah, I think the biggest issue was the data performance. At least with what I think I was using AT&T, and it was just not good. And it took forever to sync. And everybody doing that at the same time is obviously a problem. So having a local node will be good as long as we've got 1-2 routers that are powerful enough to handle a lot of people. That should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, the bottleneck won't be with the Nodo. The bottleneck will be with the Wi-Fi connection, right? So
exactly. Yeah.
I don't know how many people we'll have on each Wi-Fi. Here's the thing. So at the conference itself, the AV was kind of a mess last year, right? And that was really because they kept turning the electricity off. Once again, miscommunicate. I don't know what the hell they were doing, but they would switch the power off to move from from one power source to a generator. And when they did that, they would kill the entire feed, kill the internet. We'd lose our feed. So I think we're better off this year in terms of communication and them understanding not to do that. And they seem to have vastly improved their internet since. Because I was testing the Starlinks there. I mean, the Starlinks are okay, but they're not that great. I'm hoping they'll be much better once I properly mount them.
Yeah, put them up somewhere high.
Put them up somewhere high. You need completely clear sky, so they got to get up high. And there's like a lot of trees around there, but I found some decent spots. They just need the proper mount. We'll get them up. But in addition to that, I think their internet there is actually very strong. Their internet in their cafe was like blazingly fast. It was strong. So I'm going to use. They're telling me that I could use that internet for the dome. So we'll be running the talks off that. But maybe we'll be using another because they have like kind of various routers throughout the venue. So maybe we'll run one of the nodos off of that and one of the nodos off the Starlinks. So we'll see. But we got options. It's one way or the other. It's going to work. It will definitely be better than last year, right? So some people, maybe they'll be running off their own, cellular service. Some people will be tapping into the Starlink Wi-Fi that's also connected to the nodo. Other people can connect to the venue's Wi-Fi that could be connected to a nodo. So we'll have various options, and hopefully that will be able to spread out the demand. But it's actually a really amazing, testing ground, right? Like, I mean, if I were you and Vic and the Edge wallet, I'd be salivating over this, right? Like we're creating a space where these wallets are being tested, in real time with a large amount of users, right? I think it's quite amazing.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
Yeah, there's a lot to learn from it. We learned a lot from it last year, right? We were having syncing issues. But yeah, I think that will be solved this year. And yeah, so with the node, I just want to kind of, I don't know if people, well, can you see?
Yeah.
You can see that. Yeah. I mean, it's quite easy to add the nodo to your Cake wallet. So it's as simple as going to networks. You could add, and we'd be using the ClearNet, right? So you could do it via ClearNet, Tor, or I2P. So the way we'd have it set it up down there is, once again, we'd have it on the same Wi-Fi network as, let's say, the Starlink. You'd open up your Cake wallet, you'd add a new node, scan the QR code, and you now be connected to running this node. So, in theory, pretty sexy. It should work out pretty well. So very, very excited about that. We have 46 live viewers right now. We have one love. What's that? We have one love reaction from Facebook. I love that one guy that tunes in from Facebook. It gives us a love. If there's another Facebook person out there right now watching, give us another heart. We have one heart from Facebook. We have 50 live viewers. Guys, like and share. We don't do enough of that around here. Like I said, nobody's doing that for us. I don't think even Elon's algorithm helps us out as free speech oriented as he is. We need to be getting the word out on this. Let's spread it. Have people stumble in, discover Monerotopia, like and share, retweet, get the word out. Let's see. We got a message here. I might be bringing a Starlink Mini too. Sure, please do. That would be greatly appreciated. Why not? Set it up. Will be another Wi-Fi option for people. Let me put into the chat, guys, if you want to send super chats this morning, send them to xmrchat.com/Monero. I can't see what I'm typing here. I'm too far away. /Monerotalk. You can go there to send us a super chat. Super easy to do. If you've never done it before, it's as simple as going to that link. You put in a username, right? A pseudonym, your name, whatever, put in any username you want. And you'll basically, you could write your message, and it's just going to ask you to send us any amount of Monero to an address. You can send 10 cents, you can send 5 cents, you can send $10. Send something. If you're trying to send chats to me, I prefer you using the xmrchat.com/Monerotalk. Once again, it could even be 2 cents. But let's use Monero, guys. And here's a great use case for it. Micro transactions that allows you to send super chats. You don't need to create an account. Super easy. Try it out. go for it. Send your Monero super chats. Xano Project, what's good? Happy Saturday, everyone. Happy Saturday, Xano Project. Super excited. Xano will be down there. They're gonna have a nice group of people down there with them, so that should be really awesome. We might even have a Xano talk in Spanish, I'm hearing too, because there's going to be a Spanish element to the conference. And one of the speakers, Gonbat, he's been on here before. He wants to talk, and he said he could do a Spanish talk. And I think he wants to talk about Xano, hopefully Monero as well. So looking to have we're going to have at least one Spanish talk a day that's purely in Spanish, directed towards the local Spanish-speaking community, so people can come learn about Monero, learn about the various tech. And then we're going to have Spanish workshops that are happening, like Monero 101 workshops all day, whatever, once a day. But there'll be like a place where people can go, where the workshop people will be hanging out that speak Spanish. So no matter what time of the day they roll over there, they'll be able to come learn about Monero, pick up a pamphlet that's in the Spanish language to learn about Monero, and get we'll be giving away Monero as well, like 50 pesos to just onboard people to Cake Wallet. So super excited about that. Speaking of Cake Wallet, they are our main stage sponsor. So tremendous thank you to Cake Wallet. Tux, are you going to be doing the Cake Wallet talk? Do we know?
Yes. Got a couple things I'll probably show, new things that are coming to Cake Wallet and the Cake ecosystem.
Awesome. Let me bring up Monerotopia. Oh, there we go. So yeah, tremendous thank you to Cake. They were, committed from day one. They have been our main stage sponsor for the last 2 Monerotopias, and now the 3rd. Obviously, they're a big sponsor of the show as well. This conference would not be possible but for Cake Wallet. So cannot thank them enough and Vic enough for believing in us and allowing us to grow this conference into what it's become. So tremendous thank you to Cake. Our other main stage sponsor is Bitmain. So Bitmain has paid. They are an official Monerotopia sponsor.
It's amazing.
Super excited about that. We keep telling them, come on the show. We could, you could get your money's worth here with sponsoring. We could promote you on the show, and you could tell us what you're up to in terms of the ASICs that you're building for Monero. I don't know what it is they're up to, Tux, but they're interested in Monero. And
they are. They like Monero.
Yeah.
From the Bitmain people I've talked to myself, they like it. They want to be a part of the community.
What do you think that's all about? I mean, I don't really get it. I guess that they must see the ability to sell mining hardware for Monero, right?
Supposedly, they might be trying to get into the community to do just that, sell mining hardware. And maybe they have something around the corner that's really good that we don't know about.
Yeah, so maybe I'm hoping they drop some info down there. We'll get them up on stage. Lippy tipped 50 cents. Awesome stuff. Can't wait to be there. Thank you, man. Greatly appreciate the 50 cents and using XMRChat, and can't wait to see you down there as well. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're up to, but very exciting that Bitmain is sponsoring Monerotopia. I think that's amazing. So thank you to Bitmain. As I said, we have our Spanish side. We have Andreas and Escuela Bitcoin. They're running the Spanish part of the conference. We've added Aaron. Aaron will be down there. Anybody who does not know Sarang, you don't know Monero. He's part of the Monero. Was part of the Monero Research Lab. I don't know if he technically still is part of the Monero Research Lab, but he definitely still does research and development for Monero. He's done amazing things. So if you don't know Sarang, you could look him up. You could see some of the old interviews I've done with him. He's done a tremendous amount of work for Monero on a technical level, as being part of he was one of the original 2 that were part of the Monero Research Lab that was basically created by Fluffy. He sought out and found some skilled mathematicians and introduced them to Monero, and he's been contributing to the project in tremendous ways ever since. So Aaron will be down there giving a talk. Honestly, I don't know what he's giving a talk on. So research engineering lead at Alpin. I don't even know what Alpin Labs. Do you know what Alpin Labs is? Tux? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay. So he'll be giving a talk. I'm sure it'll be Monero related, or at least cryptocurrency related. I'm sure he's done some new research to let us all know about. I'm looking at what Woodzer I mentioned last time. Woodzer will be down there giving a talk on Havino. I'm gonna butcher these names. Irene. I can't even begin to pronounce these names. I don't know, Tux, if you want to give it a shot.
No.
These two, I know them from MoneroCon. They were there in years past. They built the Monero ATM. They are also the people behind Monero Pay, which is actually integrated into the Nodo. Kind of like BTC Pay Server. They built a Monero-based BTC Pay Server. Is kind of the simplest way to explain it. It's in its early days, but it's usable, and they're going to be giving a talk on that at Monerotopia. So super excited. We could give Monero Pay some attention, and maybe it could start to evolve from there. All right, there's a lot of focus on BTC Pay and the fact that you can use Monero on it, but we have our own version, Monero Pay, and I think there's a lot of potential there. We could start to grow it. People could start contributing to the project. They're just amazing people all around. Super technical, very creative hackers. They talked about wanting to potentially build a Monero. Like not even an ATM, like a Monero vending machine at the conference. And then I was telling them maybe we could actually get the ATM thing going again. I wanted to talk about that on the show at some point. Tux, I'm thinking that like that's kind of the missing piece at Puerto Roma. If we could get a Monero ATM stationed at Puerto Roma, the vendors would be more likely to kind of accept Monero all year round. A lot of these vendors
resistance, because then they can just cash out if they feel like they need to in fiat. Because I think that's the main concern they have is that they get this money, they don't know what to do with it. They have to force other people to use it to be able to, and it's like they can't afford to do that. They need to be able to spend it how they can spend it. So
exactly. And like Puerto Roma is kind of its own little jurisdiction there in Mexico City. I don't know how they get away with it, but it's a little testing ground. People are it's very open market in there. A lot of the vendors that are selling things, they essentially sell whatever they want in there. It's kind of like being on XMR Bazaar, but in real life. And so if we had a Monero ATM there, maybe we get to the point where these vendors, because a lot of these vendors aren't just there during the conference, but like I said, they come back on various weekends through other markets. And it's a lot of the same vendors that pop up. They can have their stickers showing that they accept Monero. They already know how to use it. They got their Cake wallet. And now they have a Monero ATM there if they want to go cash out. So I'm thinking that's like the missing piece. And that could help us grow Puerto Roma into a little Monero accepting oasis that doesn't just happen during 4 days once a year during the Monerotopia conference, but becomes a mainstay that's there every weekend. That becomes known as kind of like a Monero accepting marketplace. That would be amazing, right? I don't think it's that far fetched. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that would be one of the missing links for sure, is needing that quick way to cash in and out, and having a physical ATM that's pretty easy.
Zano is saying Bitmain has reached out to Zano as well. Interesting that they have interest in privacy. Yeah. Xano as well, which is also a proof of work / proof of stake coin. So even kind of more surprising there, right? Xano isn't like even just 100% proof of work. So that's interesting that they're seeing interest. Xano is asking, will Aaron Day be a speaker? Yeah, 100%. Aaron Day will be speaking at Monerotopia. We got him up here. Aaron Day. I mean, we've got not all. We have a lot of the major Monero devs, Francisco, Luke Parker, Justin Bierman. We have Jeffro, which is super cool. I never even interviewed Jeffro yet. He was at MoneroCon. He'll be at Monerotopia giving a talk. I think he's working on addresses, right? On like kind of the new addresses that will be implemented. Amir Taki will be there talking about DarkFi. Rucknium will be there talking about, the statistical analysis that he's doing of Monero and whatever else he's currently working on. Pavel's going to be on today. So we'll have Pavol Lupták jump on today as our special guest. We'll be there. Rachel Rose also representing DarkFi and just kind of bringing us that crypto anarchist cypherpunk, DarkFi genre, right? So she'll be speaking on why all this stuff matters to begin with. Ralph van Wegberg will be there. He always does great talks on Monero adoption in dark markets, which I love to hear. It's some of our most popular videos have been when Ralph has presented on Monero Talk or Monerotopia. It's a very interesting topic, right? We always say, oh, Monero is like the king of the dark markets. Well, Ralph actually like looks at this, gets data on it, and so he'll be reporting on that, and he'll be there in person. So super excited for that. Liam Egan, he's a crypto researcher, right? So he'll be giving a talk. Val from Xano Project. Lola Leitz, she never, as far as I know, she's never actually done an interview. I've tried to get her to come on Monero Talk. She maintains her anonymity, which is super cool, but she'll be speaking remotely. She's like she's a crypto journalist, but a good one, right? Not one of these like talking about like Dogecoin or something. Like she's out there keeping up with what's going on with the Samurai Wallet trial, what's going on with the Tornado Cash trial, and always has like the best, most well-informed takes. I don't know if she has like, if she's also an attorney or something, but she really seems to understand these things, and she does a really good job of getting the word out. Her website is the rage .co. Recommend people check that out for sure. You can see some of her blogs there. Michael Hassard and Tor Eklund. I just had a talk with Michael a couple of days ago. They will be there talking about the latest with their what they're currently working on in the cryptosphere from a legal standpoint. They were the lead attorneys for the Bitcoin FOG case. They're still fighting that case, trying to appeal it. They've been involved in other cases since then. Sterling Lujan, Derek Bros, John Bush, Aaron Day, Seth for Privacy, Pierre, John Murphy. I mean, so many guys. John Murphy from Wildnero. We got Ruben from Firo, Raphael, and Jeff Berwick. It's going to be a great group of people. Cangreja, I'm probably not pronouncing that as well, from Basic Swap. Maybe we'll get him speaking in Spanish as well. Pretty sure he's a native Spanish speaker. So very, 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 very excited. Guys, the best thing you can do right now if you want to help us in any way is just spread the word about the conference. We really have an amazing lineup, an amazing amount of sponsors, speakers. We have it's going to be it's going to be a well-attended event, even just in terms of the speakers and the teams that are going to be there. Like it's going to be it's going to be fantastic, but we want to make it like over the top. So help us get the word out, spread the word. Monerotopia.com. Put it in different forums, tweet it out on X, put it on the dark web. I don't know. Just get the word out. If you're from like the Spanish speaking communities, if you're from Latin America, please try to get the word out. I don't know, on Facebook, on some WhatsApp groups, some Telegram groups that are Monero, that are cryptocurrency related. Just get the word out on Monerotopia. People that would be interested in this, that live in Mexico City, should know, right? So help us get the word out. I was physically hanging these up around Mexico City near the venue, but that only does so much. But yeah, get the word out. If you want to help out in any other way, you can email me, monerotopia@protonmail.com. If you want to participate in any way, we'll get you involved. We're open to all collaborations. If you want to come and vend something, sell something for Monero, we'll give you a table for free. So yeah, reach out, monerotopia@protonmail.com. We really don't have any room left for any speakers. In fact, we're jam packed at this point. I was trying to avoid that, but I don't know, couldn't help it, and it just kind of happened again. So it's gonna be 4 days of jam packed talks. We're gonna have one stage this time, which I think is good. So nobody will miss a talk. It's all gonna be on one stage, even the remote talks. So like when Set for Privacy speaks, I don't know if he's going to be there. Maybe he'll end up being there, but as of now, I think he's going to be remote. So we'll have him, on the big screen, on the main stage. Any of the other remote speakers will also be up there. But the vast majority of speakers will be there in person. We have I think 4 talks that will be remote. And yeah, I guess that's enough shilling for now of the conference. Tuck said, anything you want to bring up?
I don't think so. Got to get the details for the talk I'll be doing for Cake, but we're going to be showing off some exciting stuff, Monero related stuff.
Yeah, I saw Vic drop a little hint the other day. He showed a logo of some new project that he's working on.
Yep.
Looked like a little cupcake logo.
Yeah.
It's cake and cupcake. All right,
Yeah,
I like it. What is cupcake, man? Give us a hint. Give us something. Can't give us anything, huh?
I mean, I probably could if I wanted to, but next week I can. Maybe next week.
Will Cupcake be revealed at Monerotopia? Will be
yes,
discussed
that's
at
something that
Monerotopia?
I will attempt to demo at Monerotopia.
Exciting. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I should be saying. Oh, we have Tatiana and Derek Bros that will both be doing live performances. And who else we got? There was somebody else that was going to perform, I think. I don't know. So many. All right, do we have Bawdy ready to rock and roll?
Unfortunately, Bawdy's not able to join today. Sorry, guys. Looks like there might not be a price report. But we can go ahead and jump into the news with Tony instead.
Yeah, maybe. What is the price? What is going on with the Monero? Tux, you want to do the price? Tux, you want to do the price report?
It'd just be me looking at the chart for 5 minutes.
Wait, let's see. Let's go ahead and run the price report segment.
All right,
you just go ahead and do that. Yeah.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
All right. Yeah, we got to give Exolix some love, even though we're not having the price report. Oh, wait, you're bringing up yours. Okay. I had mine up. Go for it.
Oh, let me turn
but yeah, just want to say Exolix will be down there as well. They were down there last year. They're another great sponsor of Monerotopia, very reliable. Greatly appreciate their sponsorship, and I think they're doing great work in terms of being an instant exchange. I know Tux, I think you've had experiences with them as well, right? Low rates,
like Exolix.
Yeah, competitive rates, reliable.
They have
So,
Xano.
guys,
There's not many that have Xano.
they have Xano. So, guys, definitely check them out if you're trying to get in on Xano. We should bring up Xano too. I haven't even seen the Show us your TA skills, Doug. I have zero TA skills. I don't know how to read the tea leaves, but go ahead, Tux. Can you read the tea leaves for us?
Not like Bawdy can. Monero's chilling at, well, about where it was a week ago. It's a little higher. It's at 160.
No, it looks like it's been climbing, bro.
Price. It's a little higher. Oh wait, this is hold on. This chart is way too. Let's get 1 hour chart. Here we go. Yep. All right. So about a week ago, it has gone up from 150 to 161 after that dip because of the crack in European delisting. So it is gaining some ground once again. Wow, I still can't believe it dipped to 135 at the beginning of October. It wasn't as bad as the Binance delisting for sure. It took a little hit, but it came back up pretty quickly, and it's back up to 160, which is that sweet spot that it's usually sitting at. Yeah, so maybe it can get closer to 170, 180 for Monerotopia. That'd be nice. We'll see.
I think my guess was 202 was my
202. Yeah, I think mine was around 180, 185.
Oh, you might be sitting pretty.
I might be close. I have no idea which charts of these are.
But if it hits 185, it might just rally from there, man. It might rally right from there.
I mean, if it hits like, I think maybe 190. I mean, 200 for sure. If it can stay above there, that's going to be a new floor, a new price floor, I think, because it's been a price ceiling for quite a while now. It's 200, 190, 200 around there. So, yeah, that'd be cool, though. That'd be interesting to see. Bitcoin's back up. It's back up. It's trying again. It's at 68.3 right now. K. So it's trying again for that 70K, I guess. And then gold also. There's been a lot of negative news surrounding banks and their debt. So gold has been also. I don't want to get gold. I just want gold USD. Gold USD might be close enough.
It's like people know something, right? There's people. So some big institutions, I feel like, are moving more into gold right now. I guess no matter what happens after the election, there's going to be some instability, whether or not Trump wins or Kamala wins. If Trump wins, there'll be riots who are potentially, right. Who knows what the hell is going to happen? If Kamala wins, people are just going to be terrified of unrealized capital gains tax. So, like, either way, gold and crypto is probably a good,
and gold's just hit another all-time high by far. I mean, February was around 2K, and then slowly it's just continued to go up, and now it's up to 2,735, which is an all-time high once again. So people are putting money in gold right now. Monero UK just said, if you get plus or minus within $5, I'll pay 1 XMR. So what's the rule for that? So the day Monerotopia starts, my price estimate has to be plus or minus within $5.
I guess that's what he's saying. Well, you already have you can't change your estimate now.
No, I'd have to check with Bawdy to confirm what it was. I think it was 185 because he has the chart. I'm
pretty sure I'm 202. That'd be wild if we got up that high by Monerotopia. I mean, that means Monero's flying high, bouncing back from being delisted. It can only be delisted so many more times, and every time it seems to get delisted, the effect seems to be less, and the bounce back seems to be stronger. So I think things are sitting pretty right now. I mean, obviously Monero has lost a lot of ground. It had the same momentum that Bitcoin had, it was climbing with Bitcoin, and then bam, it got delisted yet again. So lost some momentum there, but seems to be rallying back.
Monero UK said it was guessing the price on Christmas Day.
What?
Guessing the Monero price on Christmas Day. If you're plus or minus within $5, I'll pay 1 XMR.
Wow. Very, very generous of him. So
It is
what's your
very
guess?
generous.
Christmas Day.
Oh boy. Let's see what it was. Let's look at the year. Let's look at the 12-month here. December. Christmas Day, it was around one. It was like just about 180, 178.
Okay.
This year, it really just depends what happens. Do we have a major economic event that kind of pulls everything back even more? Or
I mean, yeah, we got the presidential election. It's going to be a bit of a different world after that. Trump is good chance Trump will be the guy in office. What does that then mean for the broader market? Crypto, Monero, obviously.
I'll have to think about this one.
Yeah, I don't know. Hard to say. I think crypto will continue to rally. Trump will get in. Crypto will rally.
It would definitely be good for crypto if Trump got in. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean Monero. Monero always seems to be its own thing, right? Like, and I don't know. No politician seems to be good for Monero. I don't think Trump has proven that he would be, good for Monero. He'll be good for crypto. He'll be good for his own crypto that he launched.
The DJT, what's it like an ETH token or something?
Dude, what is it's like, come on, man. It's like I want to vote for you. I'm voting for Trump no matter what. But you're not making it easy, man. You're not making it easy. You gotta grift us and scam us as you do it. Like, just freaking focus on the election, get in the office, and do some of the pro-liberty things that you claim you'll be doing. Free Ross, okay? Free Ross. We don't need you grifting your crypto. Like, how does he get to that point? To me, that's just like, it just shows major flaws, right? I mean, what's your reaction to that, Tux? It shows his true colors, which we've always known. But then some people, I never forget it, but some people forget, right? Like they get mesmerized and they get excited by, oh man, he's the second coming, right? The guy's our savior. He really is for the people. But you forget, he's at the end of the day, he's Trump. He's Trump Enterprises. He's a grifter by nature, man. His grift happens to align with liberty right now, which is good. So go ahead, grift away, do pro-liberty things, interest align there. But let's not forget who he is. If you're in the US, go vote for Trump. Let's get him in office 100%. But god damn it, man. What is he doing with trying to pump a scam project a month out from his presidential election?
And I took a look at it myself, and it's even funnier. It's like the most anti crypto thing. It's like, in order to even get some of this token, you have to KYC yourself. You have to use Wallet Connect because it's an Ethereum thing. Then you have to give them a picture of your driver's license to make sure you're a U.S. citizen, all this stuff to get your DJT token. You
have to be a qualified investor, right? Because they didn't want to, go to jail for SEC securities violations. So you have to either be, a qualified investor or a foreigner. So it's like not even open up to the general U.S. public, which I guess is a good thing. So
really? Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, you either have to be a qualified I forget the proper term, a qualified investor. Have to show that you have so much money in your savings account, right? Like to invest in things like this, right?
So it's just a gate kept thing.
Yeah. So if they completely opened it up, it would be securities fraud, right?
Yep.
So, or you could be a foreign investor outside of the U.S. where the SEC doesn't.
And somehow that's a better thing.
Yeah. So it's like, even and it's funny because it's like him announcing it with the American flags in the background. Like the typical American can't even legally invest in his IPO here, his ICO.
It's hilarious.
Dude, he's got his sons, I guess, are the ones that roped him into this. I see they're all over the project. I don't know if you want to bring it up. Maybe we could talk about that later. I think it will come up in the news. I don't know. Yeah, price report. I think we're looking pretty here. 160. I'm sticking with my Well, I have to stick with it anyway. But I'm actually, I think we could get to 202, guys. The magic could happen. We got a month out.
3 weeks. 3 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? 180 is probably more realistic, but you never know. You never know.
It would have been a lot more realistic if that Kraken event didn't happen.
Oh yeah,
it had to take a little bit of time to recover. But we'll see. We'll see.
But I do feel like at some point, once it's being delisted so much, and every time it keeps creeping back up, at some point it's going to like creep back up, but then just kind of keep on going, and there'll be nothing left to push it back down.
I mean, that's the hope.
Yeah.
It just depends on how much demand there ends up being compared to the amount of liquidity available. Because if like there's high demand, and there's like such a low liquidity, like there's not enough liquid Monero, then that could still potentially cause price to not take off like you want it to. There has to be like a kind of an even play between them. Like obviously scarcity can bring Monero's price to be super valuable, but there has to also be liquidity there so people can trade to make the price go up. There has
to be able to access. Yeah,
exactly.
Right. They need to. Right. It might be super scarce and everybody wants it, but then if it's like there's no bridges to get it, but the bridges exist, right? We got Exelix, we got all these instant exchanges, we got Sarai coming down the pipe any day now. We have Havino, which is growing in usage. We have XMR Bazaar. Obviously, that's not the most liquid way to get Monero, but there's a lot of different on and off ramps into Monero that exist right now, and it's only growing, and they're only becoming more decentralized. Thank you for the tip. How about bring up Xano? I am curious about Xano as well.
I was trying to use Trading Views, but since I don't have an account, they blocked me. So, all right, here's Xano. I think this is the Kraken price. It's on Live Coin Watch.
What is it at? Oh wow,
it's currently at $6.26. Xano's been doing really, really, really good. Really good. It's been holding its own really well. Like it keeps getting up to the $6 mark. Yeah, it'll go down quite a bit. Still pretty low liquidity coin. So these price swings are normal, but it keeps coming back up, right? It keeps holding its own. And it never crashed to where it was a couple months ago after it came up to that $6. It's only gone down to like just a little below $5. Xano's doing really well, and hopefully that momentum continues, and hopefully it is because of, and I think it will be. It's because it's an upcoming project that actually has some cool properties to it. It's providing some really cool features, and I think that's why there's a lot of hype behind it, not just because of speculation. Although I'm sure there's a lot of speculation with it right now because it's a new project. So super excited for Xano and Cakewallet especially.
Xano project all-time high inbound. Yeah, maybe we'll see an all-time high at Monerotopia for.
Now, what is the actual all-time high? Let's see.
Yeah, what is the actual all-time high? Oh wow, it was like
wow. So this 2021 bull run, it hit $8 in like a day and then crashed. That was a pure speculation event right there. Went from 1.5 to 8. Hilarious. Somebody made some mad gains there. So $8. That is its current ATH is what it looks like. $8.
Xano project is asking Monerotopia price prediction. All right, so we're saying Monero 202, which is kind of a long shot at this point. But for Xano, was it at $6 right now?
It's at $6.26 right now. Yeah, it's sitting.
I'm gonna say we break the all-time high. I'm gonna go for it. Right? Why not?
That's optimistic.
Yeah,
break the 8. I mean, it's possible. I mean, considering what it's done.
Too bad I sold all my Xano from Latin. No, I'm gonna say I say it's gonna break the all-time high and hit $8. And what was the all-time high? $8?
$8.03. Oh, hey, look, we got Mr. TA himself.
I'm saying we're gonna hit like $9. I'm gonna say
9. Wow, ballsy. Okay.
902. We're gonna $9.02.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Good morning, Bawdy.
What's up, Bawdy? Hey, Bawdy, we don't need you anymore, man. We just did the price report.
Fucking A, man.
We did the non-TA Tux version.
You got to make your own investments,
Yeah, no, you want to take it? You want to maybe do like an abbreviated version, just because we've been talking about it already for 20 minutes.
Yeah, abbreviated's probably good here. I'm basically not set up at all. I was screwing around with my video drivers and I forgot that I had like installed some new software. I was trying to get CUDA going, and anyways, I rebooted this morning and I was like, oh crap, because then my X server wouldn't start. So I was like trying to roll back, and I forgot to take a snapshot, etc. Excuses. So I just booted to a different distro. I booted into Cubes just now, so we'll see if I can actually do this on Cubes. It's very difficult to do like pass through and microphones and all that shit with Cubes, but we'll give it a try. Let me see if I'm sharing my screen.
Xano Project saying bold prediction, Doug. We'll get you some gift if you really meet your prediction. All right, let's make it happen, guys. Oh man, I don't want to be pumping Xano or anything really, right? I try to avoid that, as everybody knows. But I do think, I've spoken about it many times on the show. Monero all the way. It's winning for digital cash purposes. That's what I'm most interested in terms of crypto in general. But Xano has proven to me that they are a legitimate project and they're doing some very interesting things. And they are old school Monero people that are working on this. You don't get more old school than Crypto Zoidberg, who basically developed the first implementation of CryptoNote. He came to Monerotopia, the last one we had, very open to talking about things in a very kind of in intelligent way, not a scammy way. And so I think they've proven themselves. And like Tux was saying, some very interesting tech that isn't necessarily competing with Monero to be digital cash, but to be something else, right? To kind of have programmable elements that Monero lacks and probably will lack for the foreseeable future. And there's definitely a lot of value that can come out of a crypto that will have the strength and privacy of something like a Monero, but with added programmability. So interested from that point of view.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue with one of the earliest guys in Monero, one of the earliest devs in Monero, trying to branch out and make something more interesting. It's like, why are we here if not for the tech? And who's going to develop the tech if not the smart guys? So,
right. And what was kind of most revealing with Crypto Zoidberg from when I first interviewed him is that, he had a little bit of a bad rap. There was like, he was thrown under the bus, right? Because he was part of the early days of CryptoNote, and you had, essentially the fork that happened, and they forked it away and they created Monero. And but when you actually spoke to him and got to learn about him, you see that he's just a very legitimate guy that's interested in the tech, that's building interesting tech. He's not a scammer. He's a builder. And he was there from the beginning. So
yeah,
respect.
Yeah. In a lot of cases, you won't know if something will work or if it's viable or practical, unless you just go and do it. Right. Like sometimes you can't quite see the light at the end of the tunnel on a development path, but it's like, well, we have enough to at least get started. And so it's like, well, you should at least start, because maybe that development path will clear for you, or some kind of breakthrough will be made, some kind of key research will be made on that path.
Mm-hmm. Somebody saying, who is Pavol? Is one of the Xano devs. He'll be there as well. They're gonna have a good group of people. I think there's going to be like six Xano team members down there. So at Monerotopia. But go ahead, Bawdy. Take it away. If you can, try to keep it somewhat short, because we have Pavol, the other Pavol, that Pavol Lupták, that's getting ready to jump on. He's waiting patiently. So
cool. Yeah,
I'll keep it short on this Tux line here. This is called the Tux line. We'll be at 400 by June of next year. This is the trend based on the past 2 months. Line go up. There you go, guys.
That's the most valid TA I've seen anyone make, at least in like the past 2 years. 100%. All right, so yeah, I'll try and
Photo
jump into it. What is it, 10 o'clock right now? Or I guess that'd be 12 o'clock your time. Yeah, so I'll try and be in and out in like 10 or 15 minutes here. Okay, so the simple fact is that we had the Kraken delisting in Europe, a little bit of downside, and then we kind of been to the upside. I'm not really seeing a great way to draw this line right here, so maybe we just won't try at a hazard drawing the line. This is the 4-hour chart, so effectively, you'll notice that where did we come back to, right? We found some resistance at the very long-term moving average cluster, which would be the white lines there. And then we're kind of looks like we're on our way probably to this upper standard deviation area. A lot of that's going to be contingent on where the rest of the market goes, but not necessarily, right? And it's not that much farther up for Monero to get to those standard deviation areas. Let's go ahead and take a look at the daily so you can get a little bit better, broader view here of what's going on. Oh, wow, I have some extra. This is an indicator that a buddy of mine created, and well, it's not exactly proprietary, but I can't show you guys. I'm sorry. It's interesting. He looks at volume and he looks at like where the most amount of pain would be for people to get liquidated on either side of a price movement. And he does that based on volume and some other interesting stuff. So I don't look at it too much, but it can definitely be one of those extra things that I'll look at for like if I'm trying to get some clarity on something that doesn't look quite clear. Anyways, yeah, so I mean, just stable coin levels as usual, kind of boring, not much to talk about here. It is nice for us to have made a bump up to the tune of 20%. In my mind, that's free money, right? Like that's totally free money. When we come down to these levels because some new delisting happens, it's like, thank you very much, buying more Monero. Like, especially since I'm always spending it, it's like, okay, now I top up my bags down here and I just got 20% free, right? So that's 20% that I can just keep spending. That it's like, hey, that's nothing, right? Like I got free money there and I got to spend it for free. So it's nice. So we can look at the Bitcoin versus, oh, interesting. What is this chart? Oh, this is monitoring. Hang on a second. Come on. I'm on cubes. So here we go. So I don't have my GPU acceleration like normal. Cubes does not give you GPU acceleration. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so Bitcoin versus Monero, we've had a little bit of problems, mostly because Bitcoin has been kind of moving towards the upside. We'll take a look at that in a second. Bitcoin dominance is actually moving towards the upside, and unfortunately, I think that we're gonna have to endure a period of time where that's going to continue and actually go to the upside pretty heavily. But yeah, we kind of had a pretty big fall off. All of this fall off is largely there was the delisting, and we kind of had a comeback from the delisting, but Bitcoin also moved to the upside at the same time and moved even more strongly. So yeah, our versus Bitcoin price is, it seems like relatively stable after, what was it that happened? I mean, obviously that was the February. I guess we continued down until April. Okay. Anyways, let's see. Yeah, nothing here. We won't really bother with anything else there. Taking a look here at Bitcoin. So yeah, Bitcoin actually has moved into this zone. A few weeks ago, we said, hey, if we really want to think that Bitcoin's going to get bullish, we really want to see it get into this zone. We want to see it hold. We want to see it kind of poke above. That's the kind of action that we want to see. I would be concerned right now that there could be a fake out ready to happen. Like we might come all the way to the top side here. And then whatever crisis is about to hit could just smash this thing to the downside one more time. That I would kind of expect that to happen. Actually, it just seems too easy, right? You're going to get everybody bullish, all of the maxis, and not just the maxis, all the crypto bros, everybody in the ecosystem is going to be like, hey, all right, look, we're breaking the trend. Look at the lines, bro. We broke the lines. And look, we're about to make a new all-time high. Oh, look, we made an all-time high, 76, 77. They're going to get really emotional about it. And then it's just going to crash, right? It's just going to be, I still am totally on the crash thesis. I think November, December timeframe is what we're looking at, maybe as late as January. But yeah, I mean, for now, Bitcoin is definitely showing some strength here. The fact that it's riding in this area is definitely a strength point for Bitcoin. The other thing that we can look at and notice is that Bitcoin has been, the past week, its dominance has moved up from like 57% to almost 59%. Now, I know 1.5% doesn't sound like much, but when we're talking about dominance, that's actually a pretty big move. So the other thing too is that it broke out of its trend, right? Like I say trend, but we were able to draw this nice little line here. Actually, no, percents should not be logarithmic. We tried drawing this line here for a little bit of time, and now it's kind of broken that line. Maybe we have to redraw it, at any rate, this thing still seems to keep going up. And I think that we have to expect that it probably will continue going up. So holding Bitcoin right now is not a bad proposition. It has not been a bad proposition since really 2023, since the beginning, right? Like with breaks in between, and Solana outperformed it massively, but Bitcoin has outperformed most other coins here for a while. So it was interesting. It was delayed. Usually the bear market, Bitcoin immediately performs better. And for most of the bear market, Bitcoin did not perform better until the bottom hit, which was kind of crazy. Like that was not exactly normal. Let's go ahead and take a look at the macro, and then we could probably call it good, since we're trying to get in and out here. The gold price took another bump today, or this past week, and it's actually now poking its head above this long-term line, right? We could zoom in on that a little bit. Let's go to the daily. And you'll see that, we poked above, kind of oscillating, and then this thing just moved to the upside. So one thing, my new call here, my new target for gold, after this target is now looking pretty solid, my new target basically rests at these ascending purple lines right here, these guys. So that's where I would expect the gold price to make its way towards. Again, crash thesis, gold is going to crash, with everything else, but it's still October. We're not quite there. We haven't hit November. So like the window isn't quite open, but we do a price report every week. So, I keep hammering on it every week. I think that we're approaching that. But my price target here now for gold, going into next year would definitely be north of 3,000, right? So 3,000, 3,200. And this is not like a capping, like, hey, you're going to touch this and that's it, like time for a big cool off period. The way these charts work, the way that wave magic and the standard deviation analysis works is that you can actually get the price moving up to this side, maybe take a bit of a cool off, and then start doing this. Meanwhile, the purple lines are going to start curling towards the upside, and then price would just ride this band up to some big blow off level. And I mean, the reality is that you're going to want to hold your gold through whatever crisis is coming, and you're going to want to wait until it has a big rebound. It's basically going to be neck and neck with the stock market for the first few months after the crisis, after the liquidity expansion begins, right? Gold's the first thing that's going to benefit from that. And then somewhere between like 1 and say 6 months after the liquidity expansion begins, the latest round, which I expect is coming, that's when you want to take your gold and then pivot to other assets. Somewhere between like 1 and 6 months, depending on your personal investment strategy, risk tolerance, and all that. Let's go to oil, because that was kind of another indicator that we talked about. I said, hey, oil is falling out of trend. And as it falls out of trend, that's kind of a signal for us in a global slowdown, right? There's less demand for energy, less demand for oil. And it seems to have been correlated in other cases. Like, so for example, back here in 2020, really 2019, we saw oil already falling out of its trend before the big crash happened in earnest. So what we're seeing here is, oil fell out of trend. It tried to come back, and then it basically got rejected, right? It tried to get back into this big long pattern, and it got rejected out of that. So we're watching oil here break down again. The big levels in my mind to really watch for is getting into this zone, because once you get into this zone right here, that's where you start saying, all right, the pattern really is broken. It is confirmed broken. And now it's actually breaking down from levels that it established in 2023, which were right here, right? So that would basically mean we're getting back into levels that were 2021 levels. It's definitely, and then also, again, this was the pre-2020 crisis, whatever that thing that happened that we all somehow amnesiacally forgot. But anyways, getting into this line here, that puts us effectively back around those levels as well. So I'm looking at oil here. If we break down, that'll be kind of an imminent, that'll be a little bit more of an imminent, hey, this thing is really, really right upon us. Reverse repos, they are kind of trying to save the day a little bit with reverse repos. Again, we've got a broadening structure, a megaphone pattern. So this is money parked with the Federal Reserve overnight. So right now, money has been coming out of the reverse repos. I don't know exactly where this money is going, but it seems like the stock markets have been doing pretty good. The S&P set a new all-time high. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is trying to get to a new all-time high. It still hasn't quite got there. Again, the reason that the S&P is outperforming the NASDAQ right now is because people want the safety of the S&P. They're a little bit skittish about the NASDAQ and tech stocks and risk overall. Let's take a look at bonds. I guess we just do this one right here. Yeah, so bonds are still kind of flat, right? Bonds have like still flattened out a bit. Although you can notice now for the past couple weeks, are we on the daily? Yeah. So for the past couple weeks down here, we've had a little bit of flattening out on the pink line, but the red line has continued to move towards the non-inverted side. So overall, in the broad picture, in the broad scheme of things, the bond market, when we look at all the bonds, so the red line represents all bonds from the very shortest term to the very longest term, right? So from the 3-month all the way to the 30-year, we look in aggregate at what all of those bonds are doing so that we can say, okay, overall, how inverted is the yield curve? And so overall, the yield curve continues to uninvert, right? The yield curve continues to get above that 0 point, which again, this is a telltale sign that a crash is coming, right? That a big tail risk event is coming. So we're still looking at these things. Again, as I keep telling you guys, in the last crash in 2020, 2019, 2020, there was a big move to the upside on risk assets. Bitcoin was kind of recovering, but the stock market particularly just put on massive gains before the crash happened. So it's one of these things where it's like, by doing that, unless you just really believe that you can call the crash, and it's very difficult to do so, and very few people actually can nail it down. We'll see if I can get it or not, right? It's a pretty narrow time frame for a couple months. But unless you can really nail down that crash, by pumping the stock market immediately before a crash, the cabal is telling you, oh, well, you don't know when the crash is. It could come out of nowhere. So you got to stay in the market. Look how much it pumped, right? And then it crashed, but then it came back. It's just a way of trying to keep people in their fucking scam. What else are you going to do, right? What are you going to hide your money under a mattress? Like, you can't do that. So you got to invest it. You've got to keep up with inflation. If you don't, you're getting left behind. So, if we can, if we've got the set of tools that we need to claim that we can actually call the crash, that would be phenomenal. That's maximum opportunity. Again, it's free money, right? If you can call the crash and you can have something set aside and ready to go, that is free money. You can invest in high risk assets. You can take loans. You can go on leverage, not too much leverage. Be careful, guys, but you can do it. And you can just like make ass loads of money. So the problem is that more and more people are starting to realize this. Hopefully not too many, right? Hopefully we can keep this secret, keep the cat in the bag, and just you and I all of us can benefit from it. Okay, all right, that's enough, masturbation about how we're going to make all this money, because we're trying to predict the future here, and trading is fraught with risk, and a lot of times things don't work out how you think they will. So always make sure to stay humble, actually humble, and not get egotistical about your theses, and be like, all right, well, that was wrong if you were wrong. Yeah, I guess that's about it. Dollar index has been moving up a little bit. Okay, not too important. Basically, still trending in this general zone that we've had for 2023, since 2023. I don't think we have anything else that we really need to look at here. Big picture is, again, we've got this election coming up. They'll probably keep the markets, propped up until that point. And then at which point we're really entering the window for a crisis to happen. I think that you'll get the Democratic emergency measures, and then Trump will take office, and then Trump will do the technocratic emergency measures. And then, he probably won't really do away with too much of the Democratic emergency measures. So they'll get everything that they want, right? The left will get what they want. The right will get what they want. They'll hold hands, and they'll skip merrily through the flower fields of technocracy. So with that, I guess I'm done, and I'll hand it back to you gentlemen. Mr. Doug and Mr. Tux.
Thank you, Bawdy.
Hey, man. Bawdy, what do you
Coming in clutch.
You're saying the Dems will try to pass something before Trump?
Yeah. So a big part of the reasons for why I think that the crisis happens in such a narrow time frame, right? November to, let's just say January, right? Like January 10th, is because there's a lot of emergency measures that they would want to do that Trump would be unpopular for. Right. And so, again, I'm thinking in terms of Coke and Pepsi, right? Who held hands skipping through the fields as they passed the Patriot Act and as they passed all of this repressive legislation? It's they do it right. They're together. They're hand in hand doing this together. So they want to push a bunch of emergency measures through because, that's what these crises are good for. So what's the best situation for a crisis to unfold in, let's just say early December, right? Like a Christmas crisis. Well, then Kamala can ram through a bunch of emergency measures that would be popular with Democrats, and she's, saving the day. I say Kamala, Biden, whatever. And then Trump can be like, oh my God, y'all completely mishandled this. It's just terrible. It's just horrible. Right. And then he's going to come in and be like, oh, we're going to do the right emergency measures. And And then so you'll get whatever's popular for the Republicans, and the Democrats will hate him for it. And then you had the vice versa before Trump took office, meaning that they get both the Democrat and the Republican, quote unquote, Democrat and Republican emergency measures. You get the best of both worlds if you are the cabal, right? If you're trying to implement greater tyranny and greater lockdowns and control, whatever, right? Like, that seems to make the most sense to me. I feel like I worded that maybe a little bit wordy.
No, I tend to agree with you. I mean, I definitely see something happening under Trump, right? Some kind of like new digital age Patriot Act, right? Which will just and all the people that voted him in will go along with it, because there'll be some false flag that will come along with it that, you know, everybody will rally around with their flags as they pass whatever the next Patriot Act is.
Well, he's definitely got some good freedom stuff in his back pocket to look good, right? He's going to free Ross. Everyone's like, he's not, like, there's some people, he's not going to free. Yes, he's going to free Ross.
No, he's going to do it.
He's going to commute the sentence, right? And then there was a couple other things, they escape me at the moment, but there was a couple other things that are kind of like nice little freedom token gestures. Obviously, you know, he's now the crypto president, so he'll do crypto friendly stuff. Oh, you know, I should tell you guys about my Tether milkshake. I've kind of like alluded to it and talked around it, but I think calling it the Tether milkshake theory is a good way of calling it. So y'all have heard of the dollar milkshake theory probably, and it's this concept that it's usually like a libertarian crash fantasy where the gold standard gets re-implemented. But the idea is that, you know, everything's crashing and the deflation and the system is crumbling under its own mathematical impossibility of long-term existence. But the dollar is still the king. Through the crash, the dollar is, you know, the emperor with the most clothes on. And then so the dollar rises to preeminence and then goes back on the gold standard, something like that. So what I call it is the Tether milkshake theory. The problem is that for a period of time, the U.S. government was having a hard time selling bonds because no one wanted them. The world was kind of rejecting bonds in a way, at least for global trade. As far as central bank reserves go, the entire world still uses U.S. dollars. That hasn't changed. But for global trade settlement, international trade settlement, the dollar was used and still is used quite a lot, but that's waning. And so a lot of treasuries bonds are not being used, government treasuries. And so the government was able to find a buyer in the form of Tether, because you've got the entire of Latin America is using Tether, Argentina, Tether's used in Russia, Tether's used across the world. In places where people are trying to effectively trade in dollars, but it's harder to get their hands on dollars because the dollar still is used as a global standard. So Tether was a way of implementing a digital dollar for people that were unbanked and wanted to be able to use the dollar in some kind of form. And so that's why we just haven't seen Paolo in the gang and iFinex and Tether. Yeah, they got slapped on the wrists, you know, few dozens of millions of dollars, but they didn't actually go to court. And we've seen the government throwing people in jail, taking them to court with reckless abandon, but they haven't done it to Tether. Why? Because Tether is the way for the dollar to absorb a lot of that bond buying. Tether and USDC collectively, I know that they don't have proper audits, but thinking about this, they probably actually do hold a shitload of treasuries, US bonds. And that was a way of creating the demand necessary for bonds and getting the US dollar to maintain some sort of level of dominance across the world. So it was genius. It really was a genius strategy. And even guys like myself for a period of time were like, Tether's a fraud. You know, I was concerned about how fraudulent Tether was for a period of time, that I kind of missed what was happening. That it was actually, you know, eventually I put it together. Okay, they're not being punished because they're part of the cabal, right? Why? Well, the reason is this Tether milkshake theory. So sorry to drag on a little bit with an extra thing there. It was something I wanted to present to you guys. I tweeted about it earlier this past week, but yeah. So man, all right,
buddy, you'll be at Monerotopia, right? We could count on you. You'll be down there.
Oh yeah, man, I'm 100%.
Fantastic. XMRChat tipped 50 cents. Is this Kuno legit going to Lebanon battery guy? He could probably use help considering all the terrible things happening. Yeah, I believe so. I believe that is a legit Kuno. I think I had retweeted it. Yeah, no, that one. There could be a fake version of it up there, but there's the Lebanon battery guy has a legit Kuno out there. So hopefully that is the legit one. All right, Bawdy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll keep it moving. We'll get our special guest up here.
Cool. Thanks for
Thanks, buddy.
thanks for the time.
Yeah, as always. Thank you.
I do confirm that is the correct Kuno.
Okay.
All right, shall we move on to the guest segment with Pavol?
Wait, we had a Bawdy related shortwave. Bawdy was listening to an ITM trading guest talking quantity theory of money, and he says USD supply expands 6% per year on average. So that should mean average XMR price should be like plus 0.5% a month. Okay. Yeah, we'll take it, shortwave. I don't know, Bawdy, if you agree with that math.
The problem is that inflation doesn't hit everywhere all at the same time evenly. It happens in fits and starts. The place that they really try to make the inflation go to in a nice even fashion is the stock market, for the most part, relatively speaking. But effectively, the people that decide where the new inflation goes are the ones that receive the newly printed money, which is typically, you would say banks, but it's really the people that the banks favor. So, your Elon Musk's out there who is, welfare child number one. But you've got a whole bunch of other tech industries and a whole bunch, like all businesses, Amazon, you name it, they are all taking massive loans, and this is all printed money. They know the game. So yeah, we get these fits and starts of where inflation hits. That's why you see gold just like languish for 2 or 3 years and then just bust out of nowhere and outperform everything. So it's the same with crypto. It's the same with Monero. We're also pretty small market cap. So, there's a lot of other factors that really dominate and overshadow. So overall, on the long term, I would say that, yes, you've got that about right. But, being able to say like, plus 5% per month on the basis of quantitative inflation, unfortunately, we can't really count on that exactly. But, you could probably draw projections over long periods of time and then say, okay, well, where could we expect to come back to, in a all other things being equal kind of scenario?
Have you seen Elon out there on the campaign trail for Trump?
Oh yeah, man, he's all about it, Mr. Technocrat brain trip.
I've been tuning into some of his speech. It is pretty fascinating to see him up there and just taking questions from the audience. He is all in, man. He is all in. So what do you think his play is, right? Because like you're mentioning the fact that he's benefited from. I would assume that was kind of more from the left, right? The handouts that he was given, essentially the incentives he was given to help bring his companies to where they are. But now he's out there fighting for the right, for Trump. I mean, or is that just reveal that it's like the same people behind both?
Yeah, and in some case or in some way, it kind of does show that it's really, it's less divided out there than people would think, and not in a good way. Mm-hmm. In the political scene, it's less divided. So he's been connected to Peter Thiel since almost the very beginning, basically, and he has his banker buddies, and I think they're more finance bros, like the cocaine finance bros, if you will, of yesteryear. And a lot of these guys are on the right, and sure enough, like for a long period of time, he did have a significant appeal to the left with the electric cars and everything. So he did get a lot of green investment money, whether that was people on the left buying his stock or perhaps bankers on the left. I can't remember the name, but he's had like one consistent banker for a very long time. I don't know what his political affiliations are, but yeah, I mean, he did kind of pivot to the right a little bit. He's got the free speech thing going on now, which I mean, that's an improvement, I think, over where he used to be. I think the whole medical thing that happened kind of woke him up a little bit to where he's like, oh, wait, government's kind of nefarious. And then he kind of ended up with Twitter on accident, not realizing that he had to sell his stock at the top of the market to buy Twitter, which was massively overvalued. It was like the worst deal of the century. But hey, we have a slightly better Twitter now, so I can't complain about that. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like he has received ass loads, bucket loads of money. I mean, he is like patient zero for welfare queen. He has the amount of printed money, cash that he's received for all of his ventures is just phenomenal. But again, he's still like he's plugged in with all the technocrats, right? Peter Thiel's a technocrat. So on the right, it's kind of like the corporatist technocrat. On the left, it's more like the overt communism. You know, and at the same time, like I wouldn't necessarily question whether he's genuine about the things he's saying. I think he probably is relatively genuine, you know, in the way that in the things that he thinks. So, you know, there's kind of all those things to interplay, and I could like go on for another 30 minutes, like dissecting all of that. But, you know, I'll just.
And what's interesting too is right, because he's battling the left, and those were kind of the early adopters of Tesla, right? Those are the people that were running out and buying Teslas. It was mostly, I would say, the early adopters, the initial buyers were people on the left, right?
Yeah, he kind of ostracized that base a
now
little bit.
he's giving them all the finger, and they're sitting there with their Teslas, and they're like, "What the fuck?" And they're like, "Do I buy a new one?" Or, you know, but now actually it's you know, you can look at it as very strategic in that he's now catering to a new audience, right? Like, who knows? Maybe all these Trumpers go out and buy Cybertrucks now, right? Like, whereas like a couple of years ago, they'd be like, "Fuck that! I'm not plugging in my car." Now it's like, I don't know. Kind of genius in that respect too. He may have broadened his market.
I feel like it happened. Like, I feel like if he did, it was slightly by accident. You know, like he definitely appealed to the crypto people for a period of time. Like a lot of crypto people got Teslas, and you know they're all happy about their Teslas. The Cybertruck, they're not doing so well right now. Like they really aren't. Like their sales.
But I could see a Trumper more interested now, or feeling like they can now buy a Tesla. As well, a couple of years ago, they felt like that wasn't, like they weren't allowed to do that, right? Like if they drove around in a Tesla, like the other Trumpers from their clan would be like, "What are you doing?" But now I feel like it's kind of opened up like a new market for him.
I think there's an aspect of truth there. I think you're right about that. To the extent that really causes behavioral changes for some people on the right to buy a Tesla, and I'm not quite sure about that, but it could be. I haven't really dug down into the Tesla like balance sheet or numbers or anything like that, so I couldn't. And the market there.
I'll be watching it anecdotally. I know quite a few people on the right, and I'll see if I see any new Teslas pop up. Oh, there you go. Okay, there we go.
I must have missed it. I must have missed the reason why, but you've got the Trump side in the background. Is that?
Yeah.
What's that about?
Yeah, I just noticed that a few minutes ago.
I just put it. I'm voting for Trump. I made it very clear. I'm voting for Trump. I'm campaigning for Trump. You know, I got my issues. Biggest one recently. Yeah. Bawdy, what's your take? We were talking about this before. The scam coin that his scam ICO that he's pumping a month out from his election. I'm like, bro, come on.
It's a bold strategy.
Can you make it any more difficult for me to pull the lever for you? Like, what are you doing?
I mean,
what's your take on that one?
I'll tell you that apparently he thinks so. I think mostly that's kind of a Bitcoin maximalist problem, you know, for him. And then there's a few other communities out there like us that are like, come on, like don't be doing scam coins. But the rest of the crypto is like, you know, meme coins, whatever. Like they're completely down with all of the nonsense. So it's kind of a way of him saying, I don't think that your vote matters. If you're a Bitcoin maximalist, I don't think your vote matters. I've already got you in the bag because you want Ross free. So you're going to vote for me, even if I do my scam coin. It's a little bit of a slap in the face if you think about it.
And if he's going to grift, he's got to do it now before he gets into office, right? It's like he's got to do the grift launch before he gets elected.
Here's what I would say. If you are not in a swing state, don't be voting. Like, okay, maybe go vote for your local people if you like really know them and you've really done your research. But like, if you're in Texas, don't go vote for Trump. Like Texas is already going Trump. Like, why give the system that token, you know, hey, you know, everyone's like, I would love to see 70% of the population just not vote for the president, right? Like, and then you've only got 15% for, you know, on either side. I feel like, I don't know. I mean, that's just my personal opinion, but I feel like if you're in a swing state, there's no reason to go vote. It's already going to go the one direction.
Yeah, I'm committed to not voting this year.
Which is absolutely the minority, right? The masses are going to come out in waves to vote because they've been riled up for a year now. They've been pumped up with all this propaganda. They are ready to go take it to the polls. So yeah, we may be saying that here on this channel, but it's very much a minority. I think a lot of people are ready to go to the polls.
I can understand the
lapped
vote
up.
for Trump in the sense of freeing Ross, like in the political prisoner, perspective, like just that, like a single issue like that, I
It's a win.
could kind of understand it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a win.
But still, like
Alright,
at the same
guys.
time, if I wasn't in a swing state, I'd be like, well, what does it matter? Like my vote doesn't matter. I'm not in a swing state.
Yeah.
So,
All right, Tux. Yeah, thanks for moving us along. Let's
Yep.
get Pavol up here.
all right, guys.
Thanks,
All
buddy.
right,
See you.
Bawdy, thank you so much.
All right, let's read the guest segment.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
Pavol, how's it going, man?
Yeah, great. How are you guys?
Good. Thank you for jumping on. Appreciate it. I wanted to bring you on to get people excited about Monerotopia. So I've been bringing on various guests, people that will be speakers at Monerotopia. You were there last year. You brought a tremendous. You were a big part of the conference last year, bringing your vibe, the crypto anarchist vibe. So appreciative of having you participating again this year, and just wanted to get you up here so people can meet you.
Thanks a lot for the invitation. I'm really looking forward to the next Monerotopia. I definitely will come. I'm already in Latin America now, so I'm just I just have to move to the north. I'm just in Paraguay
Okay.
now.
Oh, you're in Paraguay.
It's pretty far,
Fantastic.
by the way. I'm in Paraguay. Yeah, like almost the same time zone like you now. Like I have a 1 p.m. 33, so not a big difference. But it's pretty far to Mexico. I have to fly 6 hours to Panama, and then another maybe 3-4 hours to Mexico. So long flight. But I will come. Don't worry.
Oh, fantastic. I know South America is a big place, right? Paraguay, Argentina,
Yeah.
other side of the world, man. That's part of the reason why we moved it to Mexico City, because as much as I wanted to do it in Buenos Aires, it's just so far for so many people.
Yeah. I can imagine. So many people. I mean, especially for Americans, but not for Latinos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, can you give us any hints what you might be talking about this year?
Yeah, very good question. Now, I have 2 topics, recent, new, cool topics, and maybe we should discuss which one will be the best for this conference. So maybe let's start with the first topic. And the first topic is the title of this presentation is Will the new rich and influential libertarians and crypto-anarchists stay divorced from dystopia? I'm going to explain it. What does it mean exactly? Okay.
Wait,
So
your sound is getting a little fuzzy right now, but I don't know if you changed something over there. Yeah, try to keep the phone jack in or something.
Okay. So I'm going to explain it my first topic, which may be very interesting for you. So this topic is about it should be a philosophical futurologist presentation. So basically it's predictions. And the thing is that in these days, or it is quite likely that in the future, crypto people, especially Bitcoin people, will be rich. It's pretty likely. Everybody believes in a Bitcoin, crypto is going to the moon. So quite likely, a lot of crypto people in the following years will be rich. And rich basically means influential. So if you're rich, you have also a political power. You can change the system. You can do a lot of things just because you're rich. And what is quite interesting about this topic is that most of these rich people, or most of the crypto people in these days, are libertarians or anarchist crypto anarchists. So basically, it means in the future, when you're just thinking about it, in the future, like most rich people will be libertarians and crypto-anarchists. Are you aware of this fact? It's just happening. You know what I mean? Okay,
100%.
So because the current situation, okay, let's consider like a Silicon Valley, like a California. Most rich people maybe are Democrats, but it's changing over the time, and it's very likely, it's almost 100% that in the future the richest people, or one of the richest people in the people, and not everybody, but most of them are libertarians and crypto-anarchists. So let's consider, what does it mean? It means that the most, not only the richest, but also the most influential people will be anarchists or crypto-anarchists. Okay, so this is exactly what I think will happen, and if you are just thinking about it, it's very likely. At the same time, our society is going to like a dystopian direction. You know that, like a lot of bands, like a censorship, you know, like a social score, technocracy. So basically, we can see like a two directions. We can see that the mainstream society is going to dystopia direction, but at the same time, we can see the anarchists and crypto-anarchists, libertarians will be the richest people in the world. So, and now back to my original title of the presentation. My title of the presentation is, "Will the new rich and influential libertarians and crypto-anarchists save the world from dystopia?" And that's exactly what. So basically, I'm going to thought if all of us, you know, like libertarians, crypto-anarchists, who will be rich, I hope soon, or in the following years, if we can like save the world from dystopia, because in this situation it means like we will have not only like the money, but it means we will have like a power, like it means also political power. And this is like a really interesting topic, and I didn't find like any papers or any analysis about this, and I did some analysis. So this is like a first topic. Yeah. So
I love it.
Will the new rich and influential libertarians and crypto-anarchists save the world from dystopia? Because I don't know. I strongly feel, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic thing to talk about. It's a great thesis, great question, really, right? I think you're spot on. I mean, look at Satoshi, right? Richest man in the world, or will be, or I think he currently is, right? Would be the richest person in the world, right? Ross Ulbright, right? Would be one of the most successful entrepreneurs if he wasn't put in prison with a double life sentence, and Silk Road was still out there functioning. You have Peter Thiel, right, who's already moving. You have Elon Musk, these guys that are already like on the fringe, and then you have all these new crypto people. Did we lose him? Did we lose Pavol? He's coming in and out. So yeah, I definitely, right, as Monero grows up in market cap, you're enriching libertarian aligned people, anarchists, right? Anarchists, really. So I think the real question then becomes is, right, so they'll have these you'll have these very intelligent people that are very principled, that will have these resources now and these tools. And then I think the question becomes is, how powerful is this dark force that they'll be up against? Is it just a matter of having money and having these tools? Or does this dark force have so much power beyond money, that even with that influence and that newfound money, that the world is just so deeply corrupted and controlled by this dark anti-liberty force that wants to control the people, control the populace, because they have a lot of technology on their side? Will they be able to snuff out and prevail over all these wealthy libertarians that have opted out, that are using these what appear to be unstoppable tools? That's
exactly
really what the
like
question comes down
just
to, right?
yeah. Just think about like a Satoshi Nakamoto you mentioned. Like a Satoshi Nakamoto has 1 million of Bitcoin, and imagine like how can you change the world with 1 million Bitcoin? You know, basically, like this guy can lobby or can corrupt all politicians in the world. It can change the political society in all countries. You know, just like it's so easy. You know, when he wants, of course. But we are just talking about this possibility. You know, like so I'm going to talk about this possibility that just the fact that like a crypto is going to the moon, and it's only a question of time. I mean, especially like a Bitcoin. I think that crypto anarchists, libertarians, people who believe in crypto will be definitely like the most rich people in our society, which means influential people who can change the system and who will do that for sure. You know, so this is my first topic. I would like to talk. I see I like it.
I do.
And my second topic is it's about like a opt out. I have like a completely new recent presentation about like opt out of the system, but this presentation is for non-Americans. You know, because for
Okay.
like a U.S. citizen, like it's not pretty tough. So I'm not sure if it like because I think like most people at the Monerotopia will be like a U.S. citizens. So I'm not sure if this like a second topic will be the best. But my second topic is for basically for non-U.S. citizens how to opt out of the system. Yeah.
And that's a lot of like, you know, what you specialize in and what you live by.
Yeah.
So spreading that wisdom.
Yeah.
I just pulled up your website here. For those of you who don't know Pavol, I mean, this guy is as far as we know one of the, if not the most legit crypto anarchists out there, right? Has been walking the walk for many years. One of the founders of Parallelpolis, which hosts the Monero conference, and many other
Monerotopia, yeah.
Yes. Co-founders of that institution, way ahead of its time, that houses the first cafe to ever officially accept Bitcoin from back in, what was that, 2011 or something, right? Like,
yeah.
So yeah, if you don't know Pavol, you're kind of a noob. so he will be at Monerotopia. He's from Slovakia. You can pull up his website. It's the opportunist.global. He specializes in helping people how to opt out, right? Like you're basically a consultant that teaches people how to opt out. Is that a fair way to explain your services?
Yeah. So basically, it's like a full package. What we offer to our customer, we help them to renounce their like a citizenship or residency. In case of the U.S. citizen, it's like a citizenship because their tax duty is associated with like a citizenship. So we help customer to get like a better residency, especially tax residency. We focused on Paraguay, Uruguay, Panama, and probably Costa Rica very soon. So we have like a multiple destination. Especially Paraguay is really popular because to get tax residency in Paraguay, you don't need to leave there majority of your time, which you have to in the most countries. Also, we create like a companies, offshore companies for our customers in many different countries, and we also open like a crypto-friendly bank accounts. Now, the super popular like bank account is like a premium banking in Georgia, Bank of Georgia, like Georgia the country, not Georgia the state. And this is like really popular because you can have the best like payment card, and it's crypto friendly when you have like when you use like a local Georgian crypto exchange, and it costs almost nothing. So, and also we are helping customer to get a good healthcare insurance. So basically, so that's basically just, and what is quite interesting, like most of our customers are like digital nomads who are traveling all the time. But still, we have like many people who permanently live at one place. Like for example, in the European Union, and these people they can still opt out of the system. They can still in Europe, for example, because they are citizens of Europe, but they don't need like residency, so they don't need to pay like a healthcare, like obligatory healthcare insurance or social insurance, and they can leave from like crypto loans, for example, for the people who cannot afford to move all the time. We are helping to set up like some structures how to leave from crypto loans, which is pretty interesting. Like so you can use your crypto as a collateral, like a ABE, for example, and you can leave from it. And you don't just sell your crypto. It's like really, really, really cool. Yeah. So
Libertad.
it's like
Oh,
it's
sorry.
like a
Yeah.
very complex. It's a very complex opt-out plan. It includes like many different things, but the goal is just to be as much as free as possible.
And like I said, you don't just talk the talk, you walk the walk. You use all these things, you live by it. If you look at his resume over here, where he has his residencies in Estonia, in Paraguay, he has his companies in Wyoming and Slovakia for crypto reasons. He's listing, all the different kind of tools he uses, his crypto cards, Zappo, Zen, to basically use crypto. International healthcare provider. Are you paying with crypto for this William and Russell healthcare? This international, do you pay them with crypto?
Not, I don't know. I don't know any like international health insurance provider that accept crypto. I know there is one local one for the that works in the U.S. For U.S. citizens. I can't remember the name of this U.S. healthcare, and this can be paid in crypto. But I don't know any international healthcare insurance provider that accepts crypto. If you know such
Yeah, no,
provider,
I
just
don't
let
know.
me
I don't
know.
know. You
Yeah,
you
I
would
don't
be
know.
the
I don't know
first. You would be
anyone.
the first to know. I'm asking you because you would be the first. If
Yeah,
anybody
yeah,
knows, it'd be you.
I think the US one is
yeah,
Crowd Health, isn't it?
Okay.
yeah, exactly. But this one is for the U.S. citizens only, not for foreigners, I think, or it's just too expensive for foreigners. And another is my question for you, by the way. My Slovak company, we use we exchange regularly euro to Monero, and as you know, Kraken decided to delist Monero for the EU. So do you know,
Yes.
you do know, but anyway, I'm really happy that Monero went back to the original value despite this fact. So my question is, do you know I need to in an official way, so it has to be like a centralized crypto exchange. Do you know any centralized crypto exchange that basically accept deposit inside of the EU and supports Monero? Like a Monero friendly crypto exchange in the EU? That's my question.
Well, about like instant exchanges, does that count? Instant
Which one?
exchanges? There's
Instant
a bunch of
exchanges.
different
Yeah.
instant
Okay.
exchanges. I think like Trocador, Exelix. Is that what you're talking about, or I don't know if I'm
Yeah,
following
yeah,
your
yeah.
question.
Yeah, okay. I know Trocador. I know these instant crypto exchanges, but I need like a fiat deposit.
Oh, fiat deposits. So to go from
Yeah,
fiat to
like
Monero, I don't know.
from Europe. Yeah, from
Yeah,
fiat to Monero. Yeah, it's probably not
Tux,
possible just
Tux,
after.
Tux, you might have some insight into that, right? Doesn't
Maybe
Cake does?
DFX. Yeah, we
Yeah,
have in Cake we have one called DFX that actually lets you do up to like 900, 1,000 euros without KYC. You can connect your bank account
There
and
you go.
buy Monero directly on there.
Yeah,
And
okay,
that's in
can
Europe.
you tell me what's
It's
the
called
name?
DFX, dfx.swiss.
You'll
Okay,
see it in
DFX.
Cake Wallet. It's built into Cake
Yeah,
Wallet under the
yeah. I'm
buy, right?
I'm super active user of Cake Wallet, so I will definitely check it.
Yeah, see if that one works for
Okay.
you. I've never been able to try it because I'm in the US, but I've heard for all the people that do live in Europe who can use it, it's pretty great for them.
Yeah,
That's
on one
good information.
on one side, I'm like quite happy that like a more Monero is like a going away from all these centralized crypto exchanges. So it's going like a full underground. It's becoming like full underground, like a cryptocurrency. But at the same time, I still have to have like a my company is in this like a EU hell, and has to and I have to find some way how to like change like a euros to Monero. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully those on and off ramps continue to, you know, new ones grow, right? So maybe even more decentralized versions. Obviously, things like local Monero have been shut down, but there's other things popping up. Neil is tipped $1.23 checkout. KYC not.me for a list of exchanges, centralized or not, to trade Monero for crypto or fiat. Yeah, that is a great resource. KYC not.me shows all the ways in which you can trade
I know.
into Monero. I do want to
Many of
mention
my colleagues,
I just want to mention this. Libertad tipped $10. Pavol is one of the most legit cypherpunks I've met. His ongoing work on actually finding freedom in an increasingly unfree world is an inspiration to us all. I'm excited to listen to what he has to say this year at Mexico City. In Mexico City, be there or miss out. Yeah, couldn't agree more, Libertad. Couldn't agree more. You got some fans here, man. You got some.
Thanks a lot. I'm really looking forward to Monerotopia to Mexico. Yeah, that's the reason why I now every year I end up in Mexico.
What do you think about Tux and I were talking about this idea of trying to grow Monero in Mexico, right? We do the conference there more for strategic reasons in terms of location, right? And it's very easy for people to get to, but it's perhaps not the best place to try to grow Monero, right? It doesn't have super high inflation like Argentina. The peso's relatively stable. But that being said, there does seem to be in their culture this, a cash-based culture, right? All like a lot of the Mexicans that are out there on the street selling things. They prefer to accept cash in pesos. So there's this cash culture, this free and open market culture. You could go on the street and sell anything, right? And there's this mentality that people should be allowed to do that. So there is that culture there. But just curious, like your thoughts. Do you think Mexico can be a good petri dish for growing something like Monero adoption?
I have like
Tough
a
question.
stupid answer, yeah, maybe because of Narcos, yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah. A tool is a tool, right?
Yeah. But one interesting thing about Mexico, you probably don't know, is that in Mexico there are like ATM machines, and not only for withdrawals but also for deposits. So basically, you can deposit money and send money like anywhere you want. And what is quite interesting, like in Mexican ATM machines, you can basically deposit like a physical cash and send it to any person fully anonymously. Which definitely this doesn't work anywhere in Europe, but it works in Mexico. So, for example, when you want to buy drugs, listen to this, when you want to buy drugs in Mexico, nobody cares about crypto. Nobody cares about like the cash. Like a drug dealer will write you, please deposit money to this bank account, and so you can just visit like any physical ATM machine that accept anonymous deposit. You just put a lot of cash to this like ATM machine with deposit, and he received it anonymously in a few seconds. So basically, Mexico is a full of ATM machines that accept anonymous deposits. No,
well, that sounds like an amazing potential on ramp, like local Monero style, where you can buy Monero anonymously with cash, right?
Yeah, I didn't know any country where you can like just physically come to any like a ATM machine, put like a physical cash and send it. You just like write the like recipient bank account number of the person, but it's basically like a deposit, no KYC, no personal information, nothing. You just send it in a fully anonymous way. So maybe that's the reason why like a Mexican and Mexicans use this way of sending money like pretty often. So maybe that's the reason why like a crypto is not so much popular in Mexico, because like a banks support like the anonymous sending of money, you know.
That is news to me. Like I said, I'm thinking like couldn't that potentially be utilized by those who want to sell Monero for cash in Mexico? That could be a great way to
Yeah,
sell Monero for cash. Have people sending you
exactly.
pesos
Like
via these ATMs or these bank
many my
tellers.
many of my colleagues and friends, they successfully started to use Havana. You know Havana, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it seemed like Havana is really like it's pretty good, and it works like in many European countries now, and for sure it will work like in Mexico, I think. Like yeah, but these like anonymous bank deposits are just big competition for Monero, I think.
That's really interesting. That's really interesting. That's
Yeah.
got me thinking. Crypto Talk tip 50 cents. After reading Roger Ver's hijacking Bitcoin and hearing comments from influential BTC maxis like Max Kaiser, I believe there eventually may be attempts by BTC oligarchs for governments in the West to ban all other crypto. Thoughts on the probabilities? So this guy's saying he thinks, there might be some attempt to essentially ban cryptos like Monero, since Bitcoin has been co-opted. So the same people that have like co-opted Bitcoin will now attempt to ban the others.
Yeah, like to be sincere, really understand this fear, and it may happen. I hope it won't, but it may happen for sure. Uh, like
It's a great
especially in
question.
Europe, not sure about like the US, but especially in Europe, like a Bitcoin maxis are really strong. I mean, uh, all Bitcoin conferences in Europe are Bitcoin conferences are strictly like a Bitcoin maxi conference where they totally hate like any crypto, which is not Bitcoin. Maybe Monero is the only exception. Like a bit for me, Bitcoin maxis there is like a Bitcoin which is like a really good coin. There is everything else is like a shit coin, and there is Monero. You know, like this is like a typical Bitcoin maxi like board. And yeah, like it, it's likely that something like that may happen in the future. But for example, what is quite interesting in Argentina or in Latin America, we don't know like these Bitcoin maximalists. Like for example, there is like a La Bitcoin, this biggest Bitcoin conference in Argentina, and these people, they are definitely not Bitcoin maximalists, and they like all altcoins or any other coins, cryptocurrencies. So they are not so strict. But I can imagine that that Bitcoin maxi, like a whales or super rich Bitcoin maxi people can just lobby politicians and enforce like a ban on anything what is not Bitcoin. That's likely. But this doesn't affect like a Monero at all, because Monero even now is like almost outlawed. Like no one cares.
It's
So
already
in
being
Europe,
attacked.
in Europe, yeah, in Europe we are happily using Monero despite the fact that all centralized crypto exchanges they delisted Monero. It just mean nothing. We are still using it like just we have just switched to underground.
Exactly. I'm bringing up XMR Bazaar. I'm curious. Are you familiar with XMR Bazaar? Because it's been growing
Yeah.
here.
You
We're
told me
almost
about this project. Yeah, cool.
So we hit like 1,000 listings. It's a platform where people can buy and sell goods and services directly, peer to peer, with Monero, with escrow built into it. I think it's a good, good platform for you to perhaps help spread, right, when trying to teach people about opting out. I think that's the best way to opt out, right? Is you try to earn in Monero, and then you try to live off Monero, right? So you're not even then
Yeah,
dealing with fiat.
you told me last time when you were planning to launch this project, and I'm super happy that it's already like running, and there are so many like listings.
Yeah.
So thanks a lot for like telling me this information, because today I'm going to enter like some new listings. Yeah,
Fantastic.
for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm going to promote it. Yeah, I'm super happy that there's such project like this one. Cool.
Fantastic, man. If you ever have any ideas, things that you think we should implement to make it better, to make it function better, for people that are actually trying to opt out, let me know. Obviously, all ears.
Yeah. Okay. So if I,
go ahead.
No. Okay.
Go ahead.
So if I can ask for like the legal details, how did you solve it finally? If it is not,
I'm sorry.
not like about the legal details behind this project, like how did you solve it?
Well, I mean, right now that there's it's not a decentralized platform, right? It is centralized, but no Monero goes through the platform at all. All transactions are completely peer-to-peer. So it's basically no difference than a Craigslist. It's just a listings platform where people can list goods and services for sale. There's a terms of service that's saying they need to follow the rules of their jurisdiction, right? You can't go on here and list and start selling heroin for Monero in New York City, right? We're gonna boot that listing, and we're saying that all users are responsible for following the laws in their jurisdiction. And then any transactions that are made, the platform doesn't touch Monero at all. When you buy a book here online on XMR Bazaar for Monero, you're sending Monero directly from your account to the seller's Monero address. So
Yeah.
that is the.
So you don't have like yeah.
Go ahead.
So this is like a really good. So you don't have like some like an extra legal responsibility.
Exactly. We can't be labeled a money transmitter, right? We never touch anybody's Monero at all. We're just a listing service where people can say, "Hey, I'm interested in selling this for Monero," or "I'm interested in buying this for Monero," bringing people together. Really no difference than Craigslist with Monero addresses attached, right? And then we do have a multi-sig built into it. And once again, that multi-sig is non-custodial. Monero, XMR Bazaar never holds your Monero, but there's it's a third party, a mediator, and the mediator is just kind of like Haveno, right? So there's mediators that can act, that can play a role in a transaction, and they could be the second signature to a transaction. So it's based on a multi-signature escrow system where there's the buyer, the seller, and the mediator. And the mediator's signature basically determines what direction the Monero goes in if there's a dispute. But that mediator isn't XMR Bazaar. So XMR Bazaar never touches anybody's Monero. And we don't collect any fees. We don't collect any fees on people's transactions, obviously, because there's no way we can, right? It's all peer-to-peer. So there can't be an argument there that we're profiting from the transactions that are being made. And that's kind of the legal structure we have.
I think this is like a really good approach, because it just means you will be alive long, like a really unless the other platforms, like the dark markets and so. Yeah, cool. So good luck with this project, and I'm going to list my items today. So
fantastic. Yeah, and I look forward to talking to you about it more when I'm down there. Maybe get some more advice from you. But yeah, we could talk about that stuff in person. It looks like we have another. Do we have another tip here? Monkey tipped $1.50. Super excited. Our community is growing. Yeah, 100%. I mean, Pavol, what's your feel? I mean, do you feel from your vantage point? You've been in crypto for a very long time. Obviously, we see the delistings that are happening, but overall, how do you feel about Monero in terms of adoption and strength and actual?
Like, to be sincere, like I can compare it because, like, for example, Bitcoin community is really strong in Czech Republic, Slovakia, in Central Europe. But like, what is the best about Monero, and that's what I'm really sure is the community. Like, I think the Monero, not only community, but also like a conference, like a Monero conference. Like, it's I really enjoyed it. It's like, I think like a Monero conferences and Monero communities are still some kind of underground, like, where trust is super important, for example. And yeah, so to be sincere, I especially appreciate like a community in case of Monero. It's the best. It's the really best. Yeah, and I can compare it because I know really well like Bitcoin communities, but yeah, because the reason behind it is because uh, Monero community, people in Monero community.
Oh shit! He dropped. Oh, he's back. Okay.
Okay, so the reason why I appreciate, and I think appreciate about Monero is the Monero community, and the reason behind it is that people in Monero community, all of them, they're sure two important values: privacy and freedom. So and this is like for me, these two values, like freedom and privacy, are the most important values in my life, and that's why Monero community is so close to me, and also people in this community, like freedom and privacy. And like there is no other crypto community that share these two values, like freedom and privacy. And that's why I love like a Monero and Monero community.
Fantastic. Anything you'd like to see in terms of development in the community? Like you're talking about Havino, we got XMR Bazaar, but just in general, like what do you think Monero needs to take it to the next level of growth and adoption? What's missing, or what needs to be done? How do we continue to grow?
I think now extra help we can get from the government when they start to introduce like technocracy and dystopia and everything.
Unrealized capital gains will probably help.
Exactly. I think like everything that should be done for Monero community was done, and now I think to increase the community of Monero is just to wait for more dystopian society. You know what I mean? Just to like, and it's basically it's happening in Europe now. It's happening in the EU. For example, now in Slovakia, a Slovak politician introduced like a taxes from each banking transaction. So you send like a money, like you do like any banking transaction, you have to pay extra tax from each transaction. So now it makes sense to use crypto. There is like a high incentive in Slovakia for people to use crypto because there is no tax, and of course there is no way how to enforce tax from crypto. So thanks to our like a super crazy dystopian politician, now we have the highest incentive to use crypto, especially Monero, because it's anonymous. So I think that the next incentive to boost the Monero will come from politicians, not from Monero community. Yeah,
they're doing a hell of a job. They're doing a hell of a job of making Monero useful, right?
Exactly. We should just be patient and wait. Like that's all, and it's happening. I think like so many my friends, they switch to Monero in Slovakia or Czech Republic, Central Europe, just because of that. Like so. Yeah. So we should be just patient, and that's all. Don't worry.
Neolis tipped $1.23. If XMR Bazaar ever becomes a decentralized anonymous marketplace in the future, I think Open Bazaar was an attempt at that. Mark my words, this will be revolutionary, just like Cavino Dex, decentralize and anonymize all the things. Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now we're just trying to build a bridge, right? We just want to make it as useful as possible to people to just trade goods and services peer to peer, and I think it's a nice temporary bridge. Sure, in the future, if it could be decentralized and unstoppable, but I think it serves a need as is, and it gets us up and running right away. But very, very good points. We have 135 live viewers. Guys, continue to like and share, retweet. Let's we'll get some new people in here discovering Monerotopia. The more we share it out there, especially on X. I think X is a great way to kind of find new libertarian-oriented people can come discover Monerotopia. So please share it. Hit the like button. Hit the retweet. Get the word out. Pavol, anything else you want to mention now that we have you up on stage? And obviously, you'll have the stage down at Monerotopia. But anything you want to get out there right now?
I hope I will see everybody at Monerotopia. So definitely come and go see that. Yeah.
Fantastic. I'll see you soon, man. It was great having you there last year. Always love seeing you at MoneroCon, by the way. But bring some spending Monero. You could do your holiday shopping. There will be the Monero accepting marketplace. So that's a big part of it as well. And I'll see you soon.
Yeah, I think last year we did like all Monero high regarding like a number of transactions. So don't worry. Monerotopia,
yeah.
So.
The marketplace, the woman that was running the marketplace said her vendors never made as much money as they made during Monerotopia. So people were spending their Monero. Obviously, most of the vendors sold their Monero at the end for pesos, but some of them did keep it. I was telling Tux, and you'll see when you're down there again this year, there's some of the same vendors, because I went down there last weekend. And on various weekends, you see some of the same vendors that were at Monerotopia, and they still have their Monero sticker, and they still have their app running, and they're willing and ready to accept Monero payments. And I spoke to one gentleman who had, he saved quite a bit of Monero from last Monerotopia, and he had said that he had made 50 additional transactions in Monero since the last Monerotopia, where random people saw that he had the sticker and insisted on buying things off of him because he accepted Monero. Very, very encouraging to hear that.
Yeah, we should support all people who accept Monero. That's my life hack, life approach. Pay everything in Monero if it's possible, for sure.
If you accept Monero, I'll be a customer.
For the invitation. Yeah.
All right. Pavol.
Okay.
Thank you so much. We'll see you soon. See you in like 3 weeks. Adios.
Thanks,
Pavol.
Definitely.
Alrighty.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and quickly play this. Adios. I'm going to go ahead and quickly play this Monerotopia conference ad right now. I'm going to go ahead and play it.
Are you interested in privacy, freedom, technology, and Monero? Come to the conference that has it all, Monerotopia 2024. Join us in our world class of cypherpunk speakers to discuss all things freedom. Engage in the Monero circular economy. Go shopping at the open-air Monero marketplace. Join a workshop. Enter a hackathon. Opt out of dystopia and into Monerotopia at Huerto Roma Verde, Mexico City, Mexico, November 14th through 17th. For only one easy payment of $89 for general admission, or get the VIP ticket for one easy payment of $249, payable in Monero, and enjoy discounted drinks at the bar and dinner with the speakers. Get your tickets now while supplies last. This deal won't last forever. Get your tickets now at Monerotopia.com. Enter promo code 1-800-MONEROTOPIA to get 10% off your order.
All right. right.
All right.
That doesn't get old for me. I love it. I love it. Some of the information is old though, guys, because the price went up a little bit. Don't worry, not much. But yeah, get your tickets, Monerotopia.com. Let's
Code Tux
keep
24.
it. Oh, use promo code Tux24 for, I don't know, what is that, 10% off? Definitely take advantage of that. And let's keep it moving. Let's do the news. Do we have Tony? We do.
We do. Let's jump into the news with Tony.
Let's do it.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
Wizard Swap, another on-off ramp for Monero.
Love Wizard Swap.
Respected in the Monero. You're a big fan of Wizard Swap. That's good.
I am. Tony, how's it going? Thanks for waiting. Sorry for all the mix-up.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Tony.
Hey guys,
jumping on.
Yeah, so I want to kind of extend on Monerotopia, and you can use Tux24. There's Vlad24, and there's Tony24. So there's quite a couple of codes. So just use any of them and get your 10% off for Monerotopia. Vlad is actually from Romania, so that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Have you ever met him? Have you ever met Vlad?
No, I was gonna meet him at the Palma de Mallorca conference 2 years ago. Remember when? Yeah.
Right.
That's when I first heard about him.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's quite a couple codes. Let me start to share my screen.
Vlad, for those who don't know what Tony's talking about, Vlad will be the host at Monerotopia, which we're very excited. He'll be the MC.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yes.
So
I thought he was. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't he a Bitcoin maxi? I think he was most like a Bitcoin maxi.
Yeah, he kind of was, but he's always been open to different things. He was never really anti Monero, but he was critical of Monero, and he was a big Wasabi guy. So he kind of saw that as the solution. Wasabi making Bitcoin private, but he's since kind of become disillusioned by that a little bit, and he's realized that Monero is one of the best, if not the best, way of transacting in an anonymous private way. So it's exciting to see him, become more and more aligned with Monero. Yeah, and he interviewed Fluffy Pony back in the day. There's a great interview that he did. So I recommend people check that out if they want to go down memory lane. But I think he's more pro Monero than ever. But he's really one of these guys that's just interested in it for the digital cash use case, and that's how he's found his way to Monero.
That's awesome. Yeah, especially we shared Romanian communism, so we both come from the same place. Tux, can you actually put my screen on?
Yeah, I'll pull it up. Yeah. There we go.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, guys, you can use a couple codes: 2024, Vlad24, Tux24, bunch 1-800-Monerotopia. There's a bunch of codes, so make sure that you use it when you buy your ticket. Again, I recommend buying a VIP ticket, get a dinner, and a bunch of other things. So yeah, it's an amazing conference. So now let's go into the actual news section. First thing, a new all-time high hash rate for Monero. Now, if we actually go on the website, let's go over here. So we're seeing a pretty sustained all-time highs. We have reached 3.5 gigahertz on, let's see, it was October 16th. Now, the all-time high is 3.71 gigahertz, reached on February 27th, 2023. So we're pretty close to all-time highs, and just crazy. Like, just historically, we used to have 11 megahertz, and 2020 going to the gigahertz, 1.2 to today's what we have, pretty sustained levels, 3.1, 3.5 we just hit, and we're looking for the Monerotopia effect, which is gonna be a lot more transactions, just a lot more usage overall. So we're looking forward to that. Now talking about Vlad, and if you're watching, ciao, salut. So he said he's really bullish on Litecoin privacy now that web is available on Cake Wallet. You no longer have to run a full node on the desktop computer to get privacy features. The world is now ready for private swaps from XMR to Litecoin to be later spent at millions of merchants. Seth responded on X, already see a lot of Litecoin Monero swaps because Litecoin is so easy to acquire with fiat, and now you can do that even more privately than before. Pretty damn powerful combo, and it is. And I did notice Vlad's description on X. So he says, no more buying Bitcoin until privacy improves. Now outperforming Bitcoin with the Freedom Gains Fund, XMR, Litecoin, Zcash, Zeno, name. So actually, since you mentioned Bitcoin and privacy, let's take it to this. So
Bitcoin. If Bitcoin,
this is Naval on Bitcoin, and Monero went out, retweeted, and he says that, well, he said, Naval said, Bitcoin is a privacy nightmare, and privacy coins are the future of digital cash, which it is from so many reasons. But I mean, people don't know, and we discussed on the show, Monero is not just about the privacy, but it's about a lot of other things that it has, tail emission, a lot of stuff. So also, guys, if you have anything that you want to say in the chat on YouTube, I'm watching that on the side too. So you can even give me links if you'd like, and we can go over it live, or any questions you have. Now, let's watch this video. It's 2 minutes.
if you had a time machine, what would you change about the original software architecture of Bitcoin? If Bitcoin is going to go mainstream, it is going to have to be adopted by TradFi. There's no way around it. That said, I think Bitcoin has, it's obviously has the highest hash rate, the most security, the OG design, the best token distribution, and probably kind of the best technical architecture from a security perspective, the smallest attack surface. So Bitcoin is, the OG for digital gold. But there are a couple of things it just hasn't done that well. You can argue about scaling and lightning, and I think that's less the issue. I think it's more that it's not programmable. And from a security perspective, that may be a feature, not a bug. And it's not private. And from an adoption perspective, that might be good in the short to medium term, but I think in the long term, that suffers. And I think when Bitcoin was originally designed, the hope was that it would be distributed mostly through mining. And because of that, it wouldn't be traced. But now, because it's all distributed by purchases, and you have KYC, AML everywhere, it is traced, and it's an open blockchain. So it's kind of a privacy nightmare. So I think, if there's one thing that needs to be upgraded in Bitcoin down the road, is its privacy, or it's going to lose a lot of its function to privacy coins. Or it may just be the case that Bitcoin stays public and traceable, so it's more widely adopted and harder to steal and get away with it and those kinds of things. And people just use privacy coins as pure cash. When they want to transact privately, they convert from Bitcoin to a privacy coin, transact in the privacy coin, and then maybe go back to Bitcoin or something like that. So not quite sure how it plays out. It's hard to say I would change any part of Bitcoin's design, because obviously it has worked, and why mess with something that works? It's Chesterton's fence. It's not to say it's perfect, but who am I to say what parts are imperfect? I guess I would like to see, if it were me personally, if I could wave a magic wand with no other trade-offs, and that's hard to say, I would want to see more privacy in Bitcoin. That would be nice, or more and I would like to see broader distribution. It feels like most of the distribution is done, but most of the world hasn't adopted it yet. Ideally, it would be distributed much more slowly as the rest of the world is adopting it. Finally, it would be good if there was a model for funding developers, but I know that's outside of the protocol, and you don't want too much development anyway.
Now, that is such a succinct and such a good way to talk about Bitcoin and its issues and what it's done. And historically, over the years, it's moved from so many things, as a currency, as a tool, as a means of revolution against tyrannical governments, all this stuff, to now not probably, it's not good to be used as a monetary tool necessarily, like to spend as cash. So it's, with time, people realize what it's good for, what it isn't, and who knows where it's going to be in decades from now, especially when things are going to get worse. What's going to happen to Bitcoin? Is it just going to be big organizations owning it, and then the people are going to go into Monero, and then JP Morgan, all these people that have Bitcoin, they're just going to, who knows, maybe dump it on, because what's the point of having some Pokemon card that just you own? Maybe they want to go into different assets after. So who knows what's going to happen, unless they make some pretty big changes into Bitcoin, from privacy to a lot of stuff. But it shouldn't be an addition. The privacy shouldn't be an addition. It should just be the protocol level. It should just be the base, just privacy. Like, you don't even have to think about adding it or things of that nature. So yeah, that's a pretty good way to put it in 2 minutes and a half. Now, so let's talk about the Slovak government. We had Pavol on. So let's talk about the Slovak government and the mRNA vaccines. This is, I actually just saw this right now, not long ago. But the Slovak government is considering banning mRNA. Sorry, that was a mistype on the website. COVID vaccines following the publication of a controversial report into the management of the pandemic that helped, we'll get into this too, helped prompt the country's health minister to quit. So essentially what happened, Peter Kotlar, a member of the ruling Slovak National Party, opposed the vaccination process during the pandemic. He said that the jab alters human DNA, have been inadequately tested and are therefore dangerous. He also claimed, he went on to call the COVID pandemic an act of bioterrorism. So to all of this, we're going to go into this article. So after she heard what's happening, Slovak health minister just decided to quit. And it's it's very interesting. Yeah, so Slovakia's health minister, Zuzana Dolinkova, announced Friday she's stepping down over government backing for a prominent anti-vaxxer and insufficient prioritization of healthcare. Now, it's very interesting, and just notice how they really like to use words to categorize people and put them into their own little corner. So, for example, anti-vaxxer, conspiracy theorist, all these things that have a very negative connotation, and then they portray you in the news outlets as such, so that you get attacked, you're being ridiculed, and all this stuff. Yeah, so so that's interesting coming from Slovakia. I did not expect this. Now, and also the first couple of stuff that I want to talk about today are mostly within Europe, and then we're going to go into the US and just kind of wrap it all up nicely. But now let's talk about Viktor Orban. So there's a conference I think like 2 weeks ago or a week ago, and basically what he said in the 17-minute speech is that everyone will agree with me and not with your left-wing lies. He talked about a lot here. Also, Ursula essentially wants to overthrow the Hungarian government, and she wants to put something else in place. Something else, which means that something that the West wants, that Brussels would want to be in place of them. And he talks about a lot of stuff in this video. Also, just hypocrisies, allegedly buying Turkish and Indian oil, which is in fact Russian. A lot of stuff. Now, let's go into this article. North Korea troops in Ukraine war called huge escalation risk. So NATO just had, I think this Monday, they had a exercise for their nuclear weapons to show off to Russia what NATO has. Well, Russia has their own, and they have North Korea, and they have China. So it's, instead of just showing your nuclear weapons, you should just stop giving them money, which we're going to get into in a little bit. And we're actually going to go into a little bit of history and geography about Ukraine, just to kind of understand what's happening. But instead of doing all this stuff, which just threatens the lives of so many people, just go ahead and end it, make a deal. That like, you can just nuke each other to death. That's ridiculous. And we're going to go into it a little bit, actually. Let's take a quick pause and let's talk about Italy. So Italy shocks crypto community with proposed 42% Bitcoin tax. Used to be 26, now it's 42. In case you're thinking about moving to a certain country because they're maybe more, they have a bit more mercy, they're a bit more nice when it comes to taxes. Portugal used to be a tax haven for crypto, used to have 0, and then we talked about it on the show in the past. They introduced 28% tax last year. So yeah, I guess 2023. But Denmark 42. Denmark 42, Norway 38, Finland 33% taxes. So yeah, quite an interesting move by Italy. And sometimes maybe it's not that Italy wants. Maybe it's a more European Union push towards really taxing it, so that they can get some money from from your money. Now let's go into this. So like we talked about North Korea, Ukraine, Russia, all this ongoing war. We just had some pretty bad hurricanes in Florida, tornadoes. Then obviously there's a lot more things going in the whole United States. And some money could be used, but Biden administration sent another $425 million to Ukraine. Instead, it should probably go to Americans. But America is $36 trillion in debt, and the deficits are running at $2 trillion to $3 trillion per year. This article from New York Times basically saying the same thing. President Biden spoke by telephone to Zelensky of Ukraine. Zelensky, and so they just secured another $425 million, which includes munition, armored vehicles, and other weapons, which is just ridiculous that it keeps going. But obviously everybody wants it to keep it going because they wash off money and they can gain power over this. But Russia is not going to stop. Especially, it's not just Russia now, it's North Korea, other countries. There's nuclear weapons involved. And it's all about Crimea. It's all about also power. Like Putin doesn't want to be at the mercy of these powers, which I understand. And NATO is not the most benevolent organization as well. But, and then, so I'm just going to go a little bit over some history on this, and then I'm going to go macro perspective and title back into Monero. But that's why we talk about this stuff. We have to talk about how bad the government is in their decisions to really realize that they really don't care about you, and they just want to imprison you through so many ways, whether it's for information, that stuff they put in food, so your health is worse. I think we're probably going to talk about that in a second too. But let's go to this image. So for the people watching on Twitter, I'm going to show a couple of historical maps. This is today. This is Europe of today. So I'm just going to go over this quick. You have Romania, and then you have above Ukraine, you have Moldova. And as you can see, Ukraine is quite big, right? Now, let's go to 18th century, 1700s. You have, this is what used to be Romania. It used to be 3 principalities: Moldova, Wallachia, Transylvania. Transylvania got taken over by the Kingdom of Hungary. They took it over. Bulgaria above. But who's below? But who's above? I don't see Ukraine. And this is what I'm saying right now. It's not against Ukraine. Of course, I don't want anybody to be hurt. It's just, about the whole, what they should negotiate ultimately to stop this crazy war. You have Poland, and you have the immense Russia over here, the never-ending Russia. You have Crimea. One more, just one more chart. 1919, post-World War I, Treaty of Versailles. You have Romania, and as you can see right here, Ukraine is very, very small. So, it could be wrong, but as far as I know, Ukraine is basically like a Stalinistic creation artificially made, took land from Hungary, Romania, Poland, and they created what it is today. But basically so we went over this history a little bit. They should just negotiate. They should probably just give back Crimea to Russia, and then they can make a deal. We'll give you Crimea, but you can let Ukraine back in NATO. Stuff like that. Now let's go over. So basically, why I wanted to go over this is just it's very important to know history overall, not just about this war, but just in general. It's good to know, because they're going to try to take away your rights. They're going to try to misinform you, and it's just important to know your history, not about just this again, but just in general. Now let's go back to, let's see. So we kind of covered Europe. Now let's go into the US. I have a couple of things about the US. Things are happening in the US too, against its people, just like anywhere else in the world. The Defense Department has quietly codified its right to deploy lethal force against its own citizens. So, as you can see here, they wrote, it kind of made it maybe a bit more difficult to understand, but basically, so they said assistance in responding with assets with potential for lethality or any situation in which it is reasonably foreseeable that providing the requested assistance may involve the use of force that is likely to result in lethal force, including death or serious bodily injury. It also includes all support to civilian law enforcement officials in situations where a confrontation between civilian law enforcement and civilian individuals or groups is reasonably anticipated. So basically, assisting in responding with assets, meaning weapons, with potential of hurting you, killing you, if you do something, against what they would like you to do. And we've seen in the UK, we talked in the past, they can just imprison you for what you like, what political means are against the government or things like that. And they're changing stuff quietly, and they don't talk about this on the news. But they're making all kinds of modification. It's kind of like, and as Free Prince wrote on X, be warned, because once the state moves in silence, it is because it expects resistance. Of course, if this was on the news and they put it in a way that people understand, then they would revolt or do something about it. But martial law was always the goal. Now, IMEI, states can track your phones using IMEI, but you can change it. And in this exposed, Amir goes over how you can achieve that by installing bootloader, changes, tweaks. So it's very interesting. But obviously there's a lot more that you need to do to be 100% untrackable. But this is a good step in the right direction. I've also heard, which may not be true, but that you can have your phones next to each other, and then they just communicate their information between each other, even if they're offline. Which, again, I'm not sure if this is true or not. That's what I've heard on an interview, but they they can track you very, very easily. But again, this is a good step in the right direction. Now let's watch this video. It's 1 minute. This is from the Unfriend the NYPD video series. And regional police can surveil your phone using geofences. And then Sheila wrote on X, use your phone on airplane mode or replace your spyware device with a secure, privacy-respecting Google Pixel running Graphene OS. No, you will not miss out on anything, because Graphene OS allows you to create a separate profile and sandbox your Uber, bank, and other spyware apps. So let's watch this.
Did you know the NYPD can spy on you through your phone? One way police can surveil or spy on you is through something called a geofence.
Geofences are when police get a warrant to draw a line around an area on a map and collect data on all the phones that pass through during a certain period of time. Police know where you were based off of apps on your phone that monitor your location. If a judge won't sign off on a warrant, police can buy the data from companies that collect and sell data. When police use geofences, lots of innocent people become potential suspects, including vulnerable communities like undocumented people and people who have been arrested or incarcerated. To fight back, limit the apps that can access your location data and keep your phone on airplane mode at protests and other sensitive locations.
Join the movement to end police surveillance. To learn about the latest
So yeah, okay, let's see. Okay, so we talked about that a little bit. Now let's talk about Roger Ver, and so he's being held captive in a country that he does not reside in, is not a citizen of, does not speak the language of, and does not belong to, because the United States is trying to extradite him to arrest and charge him with tax evasion. And let's see, I have a video right here. So let's go to this. Aaron Day on X said, "This is what true political leadership looks like. Watch as Thierry Baudet exposes the violation of due process and the dramatic overreach of the US in its case against crypto pioneer Roger Ver. It's been announced that Thierry Baudet, I'm saying his name right, announced he will file a motion with the European Council to block Roger Ver's extradition to the United States. He also recommended reading Hijacking Bitcoin." So it's 2 minutes. Let's go ahead and watch this video. Then we have one more, and we're gonna wrap it up.
Bewijs te hebben gebracht. Roger Ver is een wereldberoemde crypto-pionier. Op dit moment zit hij vast in Spanje.
Oh, actually, okay. So, since it's not in, I forgot that it's actually not in. It just has subtitles, and probably some of you can't see it. But so I guess I'm just gonna have to link this, and you can watch it on your own. But yeah, this is what it's about, basically. Filing a motion with the European Council to block Roger Ver's extradition to the United States. And may this ignite an international movement of courageous leaders standing up for freedom and justice. Lastly, we have George Orwell, 1984, which I've read the book. I'm not sure if, I don't think this is a direct quote, but anyway, so the people will not revolt. They will not look up from their screens long enough to notice what's happening, which is going to be more and more the case with and TikTok and all these social medias are not to blame. It's just that people are being dumbed down by the educational system, and all sorts of weaponry from the government, and they don't care much. They don't educate themselves anymore, so they're just glued to their screens. The algorithm is just pushing them stupid videos that are senseless and a lot of propaganda. And yeah, I'm not so optimistic about the future, but I guess gonna have to see. But yeah, just like in the book 1984, which I recommend everybody to read, I think 1984 was nothing compared to what they can really do. It's gonna be 1984 on steroid, like trend. It's gonna be, I think it could be really, really bad. So yeah, that's why I like to go in the news section. I like to go over politics, all this stuff, so you guys see what's happening in the world, what crazy things are happening in the world, and kind of the direction which we are going. And I just wonder how the news section is going to be in 2030 and what crazy things we're going to cover then. But yeah, hopefully I didn't bore you too much with the little bit of history on Ukraine and all of that. Just wanted to go over it a little bit. But yeah, so just to end it again, guys, make sure that you use we have a bunch of codes. Tony 24, Vlad 24, I think Tux 24, 1-800, Monerotopia. There's a bunch of codes that you can use. 10% off. Again, I recommend VIP ticket, dinner, a bunch of stuff, but hopefully that will come to the conference. And that was it. Thank you guys for watching, and don't forget to like, share, subscribe. It really helps, especially when, of course, people are trying to censor Monero. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Tony.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, guys.
Fantastic. Cover a lot of ground. All right. Let's see viewers on stage. See if anybody wants to get up.
All right, let's do it. Oops, clicked on the wrong thing. There we go.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
Definitely have a comment to say on the
It's that time where we invite you.
Whoa. Okay.
Whoa. Mute your mics, guys, if you got noise in the back.
This sound got all weird when you were doing that.
I have a comment to make on the IMEI changing. I honestly don't necessarily recommend that because there's a lot more than your IMEI that can be used to identify you, and having the same device while changing the IMEI probably makes you stand out like a sore thumb instead of creating more anonymity, because there's other stuff they can take from a single device to fingerprint it, not just the IMEI. I mean, IMSI is one thing, you could change the SIM out. But IMEI is not the end-all, be-all. So.
I will also point out that technically in the United States, changing your IMEI is against the law. Yeah. So do with that information what you will. Just saying.
Yeah, it's not necessarily what people think it is.
Also,
making you anonymous.
And as far as Nihilist had a super chat earlier talking about what Open Bazaar meant to be and the XMR Bazaar if it was decentralized. Take a look at Narrow Shop, NEROSHOP, Narrow Shop. It's in early development, I think, but it's actually kind of attempting to be what Open Bazaar was, but for Monero. So XMR Bazaar might have some competition in the future from a decentralized marketplace. So better watch out there, Doug.
Competition is good. I think we're serving a good use case of kind of being the bridge to the normie world, right? So the idea being the people that just want to easily opt out, maybe they don't even know about Monero. We're saying here's a way to buy and sell goods and services where no corporation or government knows how much you're selling, how much you're buying, what you're selling for legal goods. You know, just like doing a garage sale, like sell. You know,
competition's a good thing. I saw another one show up recently too. It seems like it doesn't work right now. I don't know why. It's Monero.market. They were advertising way earlier this year. And I guess they actually opened the website recently, but it appears that it's down right now, so I can't even show it. It looks similar to MoneroMarket.io.
Okay.
Yeah, competition's a good thing. And it's good. Like, it's good that there's a lot of these coming out because that means that there's a demand and people want this, right? And if one of them goes, there's still several more that exist.
Yeah, and XMR's Bazaar's competitive advantage really though is no fees, right? And multi-sig escrow. I think even this Narrow Shop uses custodial escrow where they take a fee. So
I don't know, actually. I think it's too new because it works over I2P. So it's it works over I2P in a decentralized peer-to-peer manner. So I'm not sure if it would or not. I know Monero Market IO takes a fee, and I don't know about this new Monero.market site, but I'm assuming they probably do as well. But I don't know if Narrow Shop does.
The reality is if we can have several different people trying several different ways of doing it, it also lends credibility to the idea that eventually you could take these concepts and federate them. And then you could even consolidate all of those different posts across different different like market hosting vehicles. And that would obviously be a really long way out, but it would be absolutely incredible to see lots of people explore lots of different ways of doing this and then glean from that the best options.
You know, I think XMR Bazaar, I honestly think the competitive thing that you guys have that I haven't seen anywhere else is the map. That map is wonderful because you can just sit there and like zoom in on your country and look at the different places where Monero is available and being used by people.
I would certainly like to see more people who are trading on XMR Bazaar actually use the location functions too. There's a lot of people that haven't put anything as far as like where their trading is happening.
When I see like United States, for example, like if I'll be looking at the listings, and if I see like just United States, I'll message that person and be like, hey, would you mind putting like your capital city for your state? You don't have to put your location. I understand that you're a private person. Maybe put your capital, put Nashville, put San Antonio, put Washington, D.C., put L.A. People aren't going to find you if you say that you're in LA and you're actually in Modesto or whatever, some other little place, tiny town or whatever, and you say you're in LA, you're hiding in a big group of people. Yeah, we might be able to tell you're in California, but that's all we're going to get from you. So, and most people will do that. Most people are okay giving an approximate, though it's not their actual.
Very true, very true. I think the other thing too is the trust and reputation kind of engine that we're building into it. So it's not just a marketplace, but we're really thinking a lot about how you can basically gauge whether or not you should trust somebody who's listed something. So that's through the profiles and their profile history, the other listings, various ways, right? And we have some other ideas, but I think that adds a lot of value too. And for better or worse, the fact that there's somebody trusted behind it, quote unquote trusted, which is me, right? You guys all know me. People know me. I'm out here every weekend talking about these things, and obviously run a lot of other projects in the Monero space. So, you know, there's a very small likelihood that I will just, I don't know, try to. There's really nothing I can run away with anyway, right? There's no fleecing people of their Monero, but at least there's trust in the person that's offering the platform.
Doug is trying to build up his platforms so that he can just rug us all. No.
Yeah, I don't know what the rug would be. I haven't figured out how I could rug, but that's.
There's also a question of like how long can the long game con go before you get diminishing returns on your long con. And I think Doug has now put in too much time for the long con to have actually worked. Like, I've seen how much the dude is dumping of his own stuff into this. Like, you would have a long climb out of that hole, Doug, if you wanted to try to come out ahead.
Yeah, I'm an irrational actor for sure.
I don't know if anybody wanted an update. I would imagine, especially with how busy a lot of people have been getting the conference ready. The project of trying to build, I guess, like IRL nodes for Monero exchanges and like the Moneranch, or how Bawdy had a really good name for it. Now I forgot, but we've
I think it was Monerancho.
Yeah,
like Monerancho.
I don't know if he wants to be named, but a very clever individual when it comes to setting up legal structure for the acquisition of properties and holding them in a way that prevents people from doing nefarious activities with them, has put a concerted effort into learning more about the project and helping those involved set up the most appropriate mechanism for the acquisition. And he was paid in Monero. And there is now a corporate legal structure that will serve our interests that is being honed in on. And also, I believe, I don't know, I know the funds are there and allocated and ready to be paid for, but also the Argentinian legal team side is secure. We feel very comfortable with the individual that will be handling the legal side of things on that end. So the path forward for the ranch in Ibarreta is now firmly established. And then some of those individuals should be having a powwow at Monerotopia. So this is just once again why Monerotopia is absolutely amazing. It's a place for people to come together to knock out these incredible projects. And Lord willing, this is just the beginning. This is just one of many physical nodes for a peer-to-peer Monero-based economy. So I just want people to know, especially those who haven't been able to keep up with it, that we have come a long, long way on the project. And when we have more time to focus on the project, instead of like Monerotopia and all this other stuff, I expect it to blast off even faster. So
I have a question to Bawdy.
I just want to say to Alaska, looking forward, man, to hanging out in person, obviously for many reasons. But yeah, we could sit and we could chat about all these things. I know I haven't been as active as I'd like to be, but obviously I'm in full support of it and want to be 100%. Participate in it in any way I can, help fund it, be a part of it. Extremely excited about what we could potentially do there in Monero Town and Formosa, buying this piece of property.
We've been super blessed that like whenever other people don't have the ability to focus, the other members of the team are really picking it up and running with it hard. Which
I've watched that. I've been watching the chat, but I haven't had time. So I see you guys are just running with it, and then I'm hoping I could check in with you guys and get caught up.
Yeah, and part of my plan today is to try to build a like a coalesced, congealed. This is where we are at right now for everybody who's involved. Like, so that should help a lot too, just keeping everybody up to speed. A certain individual, I'm sure you've noticed, has really, really hit the ground running with this project, and we have a huge debt to pay there. But
I have a question to Bawdy. Where does the price of XMR come from when all the centralized exchanges have banned it, for example, in Europe now?
Well, I think we're seeing. Yeah, I mean, there's a street price for Monero, right? There's a price that's actually being used to exchange goods and services. We're already seeing more and more organic pricing being factored into Monero, right? So as the exchanges ban it, they lose, and as they lose liquidity, they lose the ability to mess with price, to try and say what the price is. And at that point, it's basically just the buyers and sellers, right? When a market is not very efficient, you can have significant price divergences of 5 or 10% across different exchanges. But what happens is when that divergence gets too great, arbitrators gain more and more incentive to close that price gap. So for example, let's suppose that BISC was offering one particular price and then Haveno was offering a different price. Say Haveno's price was significantly higher than the BISC price. Well, I would be incentivized to swap as much as I could into Monero via BISC and then sell that Monero on Haveno for a higher price. And then I'm just pocketing that 10% minus the transaction fees, minus the arbitration fees and all that. But ultimately, what you end up is with an actual aggregate of the different various decentralized exchanges, effectively setting the price, where people essentially you get buyers and sellers, right? You get orders on the order book. Maybe I should show you guys what that looks like sometime in the price report, where you have the left side of the order book and the right side of the order book, and you can actually visualize where the liquidity is. Because sometimes you get a lot of people that are on the buy side. A lot of people want to buy just a little bit lower than the current spot price, and very few people want to sell, right? In those situations, the price tends to move up. But ultimately, that's how price gets set, is you have an order book of people offering, orders, and then you have actual market takers, which say, okay, I'm going to fill that order at this particular moment. And filling those orders removes liquidity from either the buy side or the sell side, which gives you a different center point. Every single time someone removes liquidity from the order book, your center point changes ever so slightly. And in combination with arbitrators, you get an actual organic market price for Monero. So in a lot of ways, as they remove Monero from these centralized exchanges, we get a greater and greater organic price representation.
I was hoping, could you also, I mean, I think maybe I could do it, but I know you do it better. What happens to trading volumes under these circumstances on the people who are offering the lower prices get these huge upticks in trading volumes, and then the people who are offering the higher price get a further consolidation of their available crypto, and what that does to the price as well, like, which is also kind of fascinating if it happens in large enough numbers.
I guess I'm not like totally understanding your question or the thing that you wanted me to comment on.
So when you have a really huge arbitration gap, and the buying and selling also tends to push the price up, like on both ends. So in other words, even if there is a higher price somewhere, it will continue to go up as you're closing the gap from the center point.
I'm not understanding the mechanism of why that would be. Just because people are like, oh wow, there's a you mean like sociologically, people are saying, oh wow, there's a big arbitration opportunity, and or there's a big price gap. That means that, you know, the real price is somewhere significantly different. So you're saying like people get a bit of FOMO on that basis, or like what's your what's the mechanism?
And then also money velocity has a huge impact on price too. Like the amount that a crypto is traded, or anything, right? The amount that anything moves in a market has an effect on its price as well. So for example, when you see large volumes of gold moving around the world, even if it's just people who have gold trading gold with people who have gold, you'll see the price of gold pump. Or if you see like large orders that are within the normal demand. So for example, like companies that buy silver in bulk for industrial purposes, you will see those orders pump the price, and then the price come back down when the orders are settled.
Yeah, that's a good point. Volume, definitely, extra volume can definitely induce people, mostly speculators, right? It's mostly swing traders, speculators that are going to try and look at the volume there. But yeah, pumps in volume, especially if they're accompanied by increases in price, can definitely cause a sort of snowball effect for a period of time. But overall, like in general, like in a more broad context, as the volume grows, that's really an indicator of more and more usage, right? So as more and more people use Monero, that means there's more and more demand for having Monero, which tends to increase the price as well. So that's usually one of those signals that you look for a real trend, is when you start to see, like, for example, if you see something has been in a downtrend for some period of time and the volume starts to drop off, and then you start to see with low volume, the price increases, and that's happening steadily but slowly over a period of time, you start to gain confidence that a real movement is happening, that there's actually real volume buying in the organic market. And that can be very powerful, because then it sort of gives us feedback where people start recognizing that and say, hey, wow, people are actually using this thing. People are adopting this thing. People are, you know, there's real demand for it. It's not just like fake demand. And then so you get more volume, and then it sort of becomes this like self-sustaining train up to, up to some new level of price, which eventually stabilizes higher.
This is another reason what the XMRChat thing is particularly interesting to me, because that's like a high volume, low, like actual, I guess it's a high volume of trades, but it's a low volume of actual Monero. But I mean, I guess with certain exceptions, you know, sometimes you get like a whale dumping, you know, 10 grand onto some Twitch thought or whatever, but like to push up the transaction volume at such a scale with such a small impact on like the total holdings of the community would have a very interesting effect on a lot of these graphs that people use to decide where they're going to trade next.
And in that context, why does the price go down if you are trading on an oscillator indicator? You mentioned that on the price report. Let's say I sell Monero at 180 to a stable coin, sell it also at 130, and buy back at 135. Like either I get rugged, the stable coin doesn't exist, but besides that, I make that difference and I can buy more Monero, right? So why does it dampen the price?
You're asking why oscillation dampens the price. Can you maybe rephrase the question?
Yeah, exactly. If lots of people are profiting from that difference of 180 to 130, if they successfully wait and swing, trade the thing, they sell it to a stable coin, buy back Monero, they are always making money. So the tail risk there is to being rugged, right?
Yeah, so this is actually like it kind of weaves into questions of being a market maker and whether it's better just to hold an asset or to try and be a market maker for an asset and make money off of it. So that's kind of like the more generalized context to your question, but in a more specific sense, the reason that swing traders playing the oscillations tends to stabilize price is because you get this sort of psychological levels. And as I point out with the standard deviation analysis, those blue bands and the orange bands, people are, whether or not they're looking at the actual standard deviations or not, they can look at the price and see the clear areas where the resistance and support has been. So when you get this kind of patterns, you get the market in aggregate, these swing traders in aggregate, whenever the price gets too low, they just start buying it up because they have a high confidence that, yeah, okay, this thing is going to move back towards the other side. And then of course they sell it as it gets towards, the higher level, which that action, right? Because you're putting in support, the organic market is putting in support with volume buying when it gets too low, and they're putting in resistance with volume selling when it gets too high. Now, obviously I'm saying too low and too high, those are sort of relative terms, but I think you understand what I mean. So that action does have kind of this natural ability to stabilize the price at a certain level. And in some ways that's kind of where Monero is at. And now that you mention it, I also wonder to myself if that wasn't perhaps engineered to some extent, so that the Monero traders, and maybe not, I wouldn't say the Monero community, because there's a lot of people that are traders that aren't necessarily Monero people. But I wonder, if setting that kind of pattern in motion, if you're the cabal, and then sort of letting the market take over as a means of preventing price from breaking out. But it can also be really powerful if you finally break out of that range to one side or the other, right? So then you say, okay, there's this question of getting rugged. So what you have when you're a market maker, when you're providing liquidity to the market, in other words, you're putting orders onto the order book, what you do is you typically put buy and sell orders onto the order book at an equidistant spacing from the current spot price. And then obviously, you charge, in exchange for adding liquidity to the market, you get a fee, which is usually, on centralized exchanges, it's usually 0.25%. On these decentralized exchanges, it's usually anywhere from 0.5% to like 5%. So if you're a market maker, you're not actually making money by the market moving up or down. You make your most money in a stable market. You don't want to see the price go down or up, because that's where you end up with some kind of like impermanent, sometimes permanent loss. And you've seen this play out in these platforms like Ethereum and other platforms where you have these decentralized exchanges and you have these automated market makers. So yeah, like if Monero's price just shoots up to the moon and you're a liquidity provider that's providing liquidity on both sides of the market, well, you're going to get caught out, because yeah, you'll still have some Monero, but people are going to clean out half of your offers, and then you're not going to be holding that Monero anymore as it starts to shoot to the moon. In fact, everyone's going to clean out your sell orders as the price goes up, and you're going to be left with no Monero as the price goes up. You would have been better in that case just not putting anything on the order book and holding your Monero. So, but for the past 2 or 3 years, Monero's price has definitely been in this range where it's like being a market maker on a decentralized exchange would be a very profitable proposition. If that was your bag.
Speaking of decentralized, go ahead.
We probably do need it. It would probably not be a bad thing for us to have more people trying to put liquidity onto the market. Like more market makers in Monero gives us a deeper order book and allows you to make movements. Sometimes, sometimes you need to move 10 grand, maybe 50 grand, 100 grand from one coin to another for various purposes. So it would be, it's actually something I thought about for a while, is helping to put some extra liquidity onto these order books. But I've got that fear of missing out. I don't want to get caught as a market maker if the price decides to pump. So anyways, sorry, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of decentralized exchanges, Haveno looks like it's going to have 10 trades per day on average this month. That's what it's looking like. It was 8.4 last month, I think it was 8.4, 8.5, and now this month it's looking like it's going to be over 10. Right now it's averaging 11, but since we've still got some, we've still got like a week and a half until the month ends, I figure it'll probably be somewhere in the 10s. But that's impressive. It's growing.
I know this only affects like a tiny sliver of the audience directly, but I hope people can see how it affects them indirectly. And I've had a suggestion for Monero accepting businesses for a very, very long time, that as these market making opportunities and liquidity providing opportunities continue to mature in Monero, if you're a Monero accepting business, this is absolutely a no-brainer for you to be involved in. And what I mean by that is you can set your threshold for selling at a point in which you are profiting from your dollar cost average of accepting Monero. And you can set your threshold for buying as sort of like, I guess you could say, a stop loss for your holding, or if that makes sense. But then also providing that liquidity allows, if even a small fraction of businesses are doing that, it improves your ability to accept Monero and your ability to spend Monero. And businesses, you can build it right into your retirement plan if you're crafty enough about it. Like, especially if you pair it with a couple of options, right? So providing employees the ability to invest in the business that they work for, your business, providing employees with the ability to have something that is incredibly solid, like a individually managed gold style IRA, and then the company investing in liquidity providing, because not only can you make a little bit on the edges with every activity, but then you can also insulate yourself from spikes in the value or dips in the value. And keep in mind, if you're trying to keep your business like as above board as possible in the United States, you're going to have to claim the gains anyway. So you can manage the gains that you'd have to claim, and you can manage the losses that you might incur against, your end of the year profit margin. So you can use providing liquidity to the market to manage your tax burden. You can use it to improve your ability to accept Monero. And I mean, there's so many other ways that if you already have to manage your finances as a business, providing liquidity into the Monero market is an excellent way to make money.
So as a seller on XMR Bazaar with my items, I don't have a lot of sales, but here's what I do. I use the 365-day simple moving average. I look at it on April 1st, I look at it on August 1st, and I look at it on December 1st. And I set my price for the next quarter based on that. So my price isn't constantly fluctuating up and down with the Monero price. Monero, we need stabilization, because people don't want to spend, $5 on a loaf of bread today and then $15 tomorrow and then $3 the next day. That's not okay. We need stability. So by using the simple moving average, yes, I may get a few less sales when the price is above the simple moving average level. So right now the simple moving average is 152.94 and the current Monero price is 160. So yes, I may lose out on some sales when it's that high. But at the same time, by doing that, I know that I can fulfill orders at that price successfully all the time. I don't have to worry about, am I going to be able to fulfill this order right now because the price is down or the price is up or whatever. I don't have to worry about that because I know I can fill it because I've set the price in such a way that it will be stable and I can fill it.
Monero
Well, another question to Bawdy is if CoinGecko or CoinMarketCap will be incentivized to even show the price of Monero, since I guess they don't put the price of Monero there for free. So is that a thing, or?
We can be confident that they will try to use that platform as a means of some kind of agenda and some kind of manipulation. That's what they've historically done with other coins that they didn't like. But it's basically coins that don't pay them off. Now, I've seen some outright shit coins that did a lot of pumpage that were treated and mistreated by CoinGecko and CoinMarketCap, and I want to say they're ran by the same people. They both demonstrated similar behavior. But yeah, like they will take a high market cap coin that didn't pay them off and then list them on like the third page at rank 200, even though their market cap is much higher. So it would not surprise me in the slightest if they do things like maybe they keep Monero on there, but then they report the volume as being extremely low because perhaps we get a lot of DEX usage and we get growing DEX volume, and they just refuse to put that volume on there, right? And as we were talking about volume earlier, right, volume is a metric that a lot of people look at, traders particularly, but also investors, to say, hey, what is the actual interest of this coin? So to the extent that plebs will go to CoinMarketCap and then look at Monero and be like, oh, there's so little volume here. It's like, well, yeah, it got delisted from everywhere but Kraken US, maybe like Kraken Mexico or something. But whatever their like strategies will do, you can be confident that they're going to try and do kind of insidious presentation of data that does not reflect the reality. But I don't think they'll just outright remove Monero from there, at least not yet.
It will be very interesting because they will have to feed their prices from somewhere, right? Like from some decentralized oracles or some stuff like that. I don't know.
They could always use Haveno. There's a Haveno.markets, and that pulls the price from Haveno for Monero. So if they needed to, they could use that.
What's really interesting about these questions that you're asking, Slave Blocker, is, I mean, it had to be like, what, about a year ago? And I know that Bawdy was following it very closely. There were a lot of people that for like the third time by that point in history were fairly confident that a lot of these exchanges did not have the Monero that they should theoretically have. And there was a couple of, they called it Monero runs. So basically like people just attempting to withdraw more and more Monero out of these exchanges. And you'd have them like stop trading Monero unless they were buying Monero. So they wouldn't let you leave the exchange with your Monero, but they would let you buy Monero. Or they would let you sell Monero at like a super low price, but they wouldn't let you buy Monero. I mean, they've played all kinds of messed up games in the past surrounding just specifically Monero, but I'm sure you remember better than I do.
I wanted to, well, I have a couple of rants, as always, and but on another topic about the thing of the supply schedule and all of that. It's quite interesting. Like, what is your opinion about the topic of the fee of Monero being exactly 1 piconero and the dust level being the level above that, Because if you argue, why is it not static? And one of the things is that it's very interesting is not the supply schedule, which is interesting, because that seems to be like, as I said, like, and I'm just a hobbyist. You set it, then it's plug and pray, right? So if you have 0.6 Monero, it doesn't matter if you have 0.8, or the equilibrium will just follow that. You know what I mean? And what's interesting is not the supply, but the fees, because the fees are like 4 orders of magnitude lower than the supply schedule. So it was set like to be the fee of a transaction, rather probably, I don't know how. I should know better probably, but I don't know why it was set like that. but in relation of like 1 cent, like the fee of a transaction to be 1 cent. And yeah.
It was set like that so that we could guarantee future blockchain security with the with dynamic blocks and with the block reward. So tail emission is part of that. Tail emission is required to guarantee that payment to the miners so that we don't end up with potential network instability. Hypothetically, under larger and larger usage of Monero, the fees in aggregate are going to start to get, they'll approach closer and closer to that tail emission reward, and probably could even exceed it under like really high usage. I don't really know the numbers or the math on that. Obviously, Francis would be the guy that could really detail all of that. But yeah, I mean, it was done that way as a means of preventing instability of the blockchain. Like we're going to see this effect in Bitcoin if it sticks around, and if it continues to be a high market cap asset that people kind of use. You'll get this situation where when the block reward diminishes, the only thing that miners have are fees. But the problem is that people don't use Bitcoin in a nice, even, steady fashion. You get these big fits and starts. You might get one block that's full of transactions that are worth a lot of money. And so you'll get a miner that mines that block, but then maybe the next block isn't worth nearly as much, right? Maybe the next block is worth like 1/10 of the previous block. The problem is that under such a circumstance, miners are incentivized to continue mining on the block that was already found, because their chances of finding a new block at 1/10 of the value, for example, in this example, at finding a much lower value block, if they could find the next block and then orphan that block, and then incentivize the rest of the network to also orphan that block by keeping a portion of those block fees. So like, let's suppose that they continue mining on the old block that was already found, but when they find that block, they keep half of the fees open so that the next miner, if they want to mine on that block, the next miner will get half of those fees. Does that make sense? Like, they'll, instead of taking all the fees of the high value block, they'll leave half of that on the table for the rest of the network to incentivize other miners to mine on their version of the blockchain in an attempt to orphan the old block away from the miner that got the high value block. So this could potentially cause network instability. We would see it coming from a long way off, because you would see more orphaned blocks continually going up. There is a case to be made that if this happens and you start to see network instability and miners start to see their high value blocks orphaned, they might just leave some of that on the table for the next block to prevent it getting orphaned out from underneath them. Well, it's an open question. We don't really know.
You lost me there, but anyway,
Okay.
the thing is that the fee is not static, and perhaps it's willingly so. Like, I don't like continuous functions, for example. I like discrete math and just contemplating it. But you have like 4 orders of magnitude is like the fee, and then you have the subsidy, and you have more transactions, then it's said that the fee goes lower in the square root relation to the 0.6, right? But then if it's not a dust level now, it could be a dust level in the future, or if it's the dust level is relative, and perhaps that's a bad thing. That's what I find interesting in the supply schedule, because me as a user, I want to know that it's always going to imagine that the fee is like the level above of or a Piconero. Imagine what value you would have, what range you would have to transact. That's really great. You have 10 to the power of 12 like spices of ranges to transact, and that's the more you have, the better it is, the more valuable it is, I guess, for me.
We actually
that's
have
my point.
Data on dust, and it's a really weird concept, but we have data on dust going back about 4,000 years, even though crypto is not nearly that old. And the reasoning is, during gold smelting processes, different volumes of dust, of gold dust, have been produced depending on the methodology that you're using. And so at a certain point, you will see people start to collect like wastewater runoff areas from where gold smelting had taken place like 200 years ago. This, as an example, you find this in India right now. because the value of that dust has gone beyond the threshold of the work to go collect it, right? And with crypto, you have a different set of parameters, which is wallets that have been abandoned because of their dust level. So basically, you could think of it like the tokenomics of crypto is different than the tokenomics of gold, where those wallets are less recoverable than, for example, gold. But now you can look at it as a function of the equilibrium that you were discussing before, which is when people abandon, and Monero would be the best example, I think. If somebody abandons a Monero wallet because it's below dust level, the thing is you can count on the supply to recover over time, because as the supply overall is diminishing, the dust level is going down and down and down. And then as that dust level has gone down, then the price of Monero will match, it will come to meet it somewhere. And then if the dust level climbs up and up and up and up and up, eventually people will be getting rid of tiny amounts of supply. Or every time a person wants to, for example, change the block height of their wallet and move all of their Monero to another wallet, right? You're going to see people spike transactions based on also the tokenomics of the dust, right?
I don't think that and
Well,
obviously we
that's
gotta do the
really
math on this, but I
complicated,
don't
like, I mean, that's really like that's why I said plug and pray, because you said it, and
it's
then
not
it's
plug
like,
in it's not plug and pray though. Like Francis has done the math on this, so I'm
no, I mean,
I don't want to just
once you
appeal to
put
the
it
authority of
in, like,
Francis,
there's
but
lots of stuff that can go wrong, right?
well, that's what modeling is for. That's what, like, I'm sure, like, he has modeled a lot of this stuff out. I'll do some quick math here in just a second on a spreadsheet to, what happens if Monero goes hypothetically to say $1 trillion or, $100 trillion market cap. But in those cases, like the dust shouldn't be a huge problem, like because again, Monero would only have a market cap that big if people were using it, right? So as people use it, the price per transaction for each user goes down. And yes, I mean, there's equations governing all this, but like you can't really criticize it unless you've actually looked at the equations and said,
I'm
okay,
not
at different market.
criticizing, I'm just questioning it.
Okay. I mean, it's good to question it. I would recommend, like, if you're wondering about it, dig into the equations to see how does the price per, or the cost per transaction vary under various volumes, right? Under transaction volumes and under different market cap profiles, right? So like maybe we're doing 1 million transactions a day at say $1 trillion of market cap. I
Well,
strongly
my initial
suspect.
question was if it's good to be static and not dynamic,
No, I don't
That's
think that
what
it
I
is in this
started
case,
off with.
because the dynamic block size is kind of a requirement for being able to adapt.
Not the dynamic block size, the fee to be
The
static,
fee is integrated into the dynamic block size. Like we can't talk about Monero fees without talking about dynamic blocks. They're they're rolled into the same system, into the same modeling.
And what I would also point out to you, Slave Blocker, is it is actually kind of, in a way, a static fee. And what I mean by that is it is pegged to the block size. And then the other thing is you get a static output from the fixed reward of the block, right? So you do kind of enjoy the benefits of both worlds the way that it's built now. But I'm super glad that people are having these thoughts. And one of the conversations that I hope to inspire when we're at Monerotopia is, have we done enough research to actually be sure of the size of our block rewards? And if we were going to change them, what research would we want to do to find a different price for that block reward and so on, because of where we're at but the other thing is, I would point out the modeling that was done by Francis, like, I mean, a bajillion years ago in crypto world, right? Like, a lot of those have actually been put to the test over the last couple of years, and they were dead on, right? So the modeling works. Like it stood the test of, I mean, Monero went up well over 400, and then it went down like to 100, or actually it was like below 100, and then it went back up to like it's kind of like aggregate mean. And over again, these models have absolutely validated themselves, is what I'd point out. And so, I mean, it is about as scientific as you can get right now with what data has come out. Now, nobody has seen what happens if Monero hits 1 trillion or whatever, like what Bawdy is saying. But the thing is if the models have worked thus far, they'll probably continue to work like that. And now that we have that data is precisely why I was hoping that we could reanalyze, right? Because it's like, we know that we have all of this data that we didn't have before. We know that we have this network activity and how many miners and so on going back 10 years now. Is this actually for sure what we're looking for?
There's one thing I'm looking for in the Monero innovation part is how to reduce the size of the blockchain on disk. You know, right now it's at 82 gigabytes, I think. So over time, it's going to grow the more it gets used. You know.
Keep in mind that's 82 gigs for a pruned node, not a full node. A full node is a little over 200.
Yeah. Yeah. So ideally, it would be pruned further with better innovation. Really looking forward to that.
One thing that Alaska talked about was, is the subsidy the right subsidy? And that's definitely something the community has talked about in the past. And the consensus right now is that we should remain open to changing that if future data tells us that it would be a good idea to do so. Based on what I've seen from Monero developers in the past, there will be a lot of modeling going on. There will be a lot of math, a lot of equations, a lot of like investigation into the matter, and a lot of eyeballs looking at it. So that's not, again, that's not to appeal to the authority of, the Monero devs, quote unquote. But yes, the general consensus is that we're not totally sure that is, 0.6 Monero per block. We're not totally sure that is the right tail reward level to be set. So there is an openness to being able to change it. But at the same time, there's also this resistance like, hey, we can't be playing Jay Powell in the Federal Reserve and changing monetary policy willy-nilly. My suspicion is that if a change was made, we would try to make it the very last change, right? And the only reason that we would really need a change is if we had significant adoption, significant price increases, significant volume increases. And that would be very helpful for us, because then we could see the dynamic blocks in action. We can see how well the equations are holding up, how well the modeling is holding up. We'll be able to look at hash rate, right? Because part of that block reward is intricately tied to making sure we maintain a high hash rate, right? So we'll have a lot more data from the real world, empirical data that we can look at and say, okay, how well did the models match what we saw in reality, and does it need to be tweaked? And my guess is that if that was tweaked, it would be the last time that it would be tweaked, right? And we would only do it when it really, really needed to be done so.
And the storage thing that Nihilist just brought up is another reason why I was thinking about, okay, well, if it was going to be changed, even just a tiny little bit, might we want to incentivize more miners and nodes having an unpruned node, right? So, and I don't know exactly how you do that, but the thing is there is a cost to storage. You have to expect to swap out, I mean, a hard drive only lasts so long, right? Like, and what size and speed of hard drives would we be swapping out, and what is the value of that, and how bad do we want there to be unpruned nodes all over the world, and what kind of incentive can you build into this to make sure that anyone anywhere in the world can quickly and easily get the entire node, even if it was a splinter net, even if it, and it's exactly for what you said, which is everybody in this community hates people messing with monetary policy. Everybody in this community hates the idea of unstable unreliable code bases for what you can expect to get over a period of time and so on. And so that's yet another reason why it's like, okay, we have all of these eyeballs, we have all of this data. You know, even if the tendency is to not change it, can we be sure? Like how sure could we be right now that we've settled on the right number?
It's not even about that. Like when I said that you cannot mess with it, it's like, it's not even you shouldn't mess with it, but you can't. What is the argument to mess with it? And one argument is the more transactions, the more lost coins. Okay. But that holds up until hair splitting. Why? Because if there are lots of transactions, then there are more fees for the miner. So it's settled in that way. Like the argument, if you have more cheese, then like the cheese has holes, like the more cheese, the less cheese. So that's already settled. So that is not an argument. Another argument you could make is that, okay, the storage size increases, therefore the subsidies should rise. But the storage cost is plunging.
Before you keep going, I want to also add to that
argument as well,
which is as a person who I do use Monero a lot, allegedly, according to sources that may or may not be me, right? And the thing is when I use Monero, it's usually really big numbers, right? Other than XMRChat, right? Like the thing is when I use Monero, there's very large transactions. And I'm in a fortunate position where this doesn't affect me as much. But the thing is if I spend Monero without any coin management, right? I sometimes will spend like, let's say, you know, I spend
allegedly
1 XMR, but it locks up like 9 XMR, right?
So what?
Because the unavailable balance that's generated by splitting an output.
Yeah, but you cannot make that an argument. Like, as I was saying, sorry, the storage cost,
go ahead.
The storage cost is plunging. So you cannot make the argument that for more transactions, then you should raise the subsidy. No, that's not an argument because that's negligible. Right? You buy terabytes and terabytes and all is good, and we're going to be the new central bankers, and good luck, Christine. Right? So,
well, like if you think about it, though, in the sense of coin management, right? So if I, as a person who gets outputs that are, you know, large outputs, and then I spend out of outputs that are large outputs, right? On the one hand, I don't want to split outputs. I mean, sometimes I do, but the thing is if I were to split my outputs so they were, you know, like all, you know, 1/10 of an XMR or 100th of an XMR.
But so what? What does that have to do with the subsidy?
Well, it has to do with, for one, am I creating outputs that are going to bleed into dust? And then another thing is if I'm getting them, if I change the transaction structure, or if I set like a defined transaction cost, am I changing the tokenomics of breaking down outputs or consolidating outputs? You see what I'm saying? Like,
no, but that's the most difficult part. That's the problem of dynamically setting the fee to the USD or dollar price or whatever the price of goods and services is, as reasonable and as good for you to buy a coffee. Let's say the fee for you to buy a coffee. That's why I said plug and pray. How are you going to calculate that? That's like predicting the weather for in 2 weeks, 2 months, man.
That's intractable. The fee is not set on the dollar price. The fee just,
of course not.
The fee just
but
happens
how was
to
it
be
set
there.
Before? Why is it 4 orders of magnitude less than 0.6?
It's set on the basis of the on-chain volume, right? So the number of transactions per day, that's not exactly the right metric, but the number of transactions on the chain is what affects how much the fee is per transaction.
I mean, it still does lead to the fact that it's like, okay, well, but how do I know what it's going to be? And at this moment in time, it's still such a tiny, tiny amount that I mean, I can't even think of transactions that are affected other than, one of the selling points that I have for Monero when I'm talking to people is how it changes the business of business. So I, for example, as a journalist, can set my price for an article by the word, right? So I can charge somebody like a 20,000th of a penny or whatever it ends up being, as long as I'm setting it in Monero and it's based on the work output in Monero. And so I can have 20 million people paying me the equivalent of 7 pennies or 9 pennies or whatever, because that's how many words they used, or that's how many seconds of a video they watched or whatever. So one of the examples I like to use for people who are like, I'm a mainstream media, but what I'll tell them is, well, then you should use Monero, because right now the business model of being a journalist, it blocks you out of being a truth teller because you are going to be beholden to sponsors. However, if everybody was linking some kind of Monero wallet to how many seconds of video they watched, and then when they close it, it pays by the second, right? Then a journalist could make a good living if they were a good journalist or whatever. But then on the flip side, with what he's saying is, if the transaction fees are dynamically adjusted, it does make that harder for somebody to, whether it be write the code or make the payment or get paid or whatever. And what if you have like 1 trillion outputs that are all tiny outputs? How are you consolidating them and so on? It's an interesting thought experiment, if nothing else.
I'm trying to do some math on this right now based on.
I have another rant, and this is close to my heart, so I will just. It's sort of sad because it's one of my last rants. Because after that, I'm addicted to the show. I'm still here. Thanks so much for letting me come on here. So the thing is, this goes on to Laverde, Rafael Laverde, which sounds like money. And he made an interesting argument. How will we double and triple? And yay, we reached 3.4 gigahashes per second. And I want to triple down on something, even if you are Siddhartha yourself, Buddha himself, and you're holding the funds for which the prosperity of centuries will happen. I still don't believe in proof of stake. I told my wife to buy Zano, but that's outside of the context. So what I want to propose is a memifying thing, because last week there were the memes. Like what I miss on NFTs is the thing of parking space NFTs. And it's great for memes because it's infinite entertainment, and we are going to be here, and Monero is not going anywhere. So there was a first, second, and third prize for the memes last week. But what I miss on it is parking spaces. Because what you could do is, now the parking space is on Monerotopia here on this show, and the new person that wants to put the first place NFT, like meme, would have to pay the previous guy, the last week, more than he had. The first one is funded by the community, and the last one holds the bag. So this show doesn't have to pay anymore. Monerotopia sells itself in a way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I just got done doing some math here. If Monero had a market cap of $1 trillion at about a $50,000 price, the math is slightly off because I fudged the numbers. I said at 20 million Monero, which I think we're 19.1 or something like that. We're not quite at 20 million, but okay. The
We're at 18.5.
18.5.
By then we probably would be. So
if we go back to March 16th and we look at the average fees for Monero, they were approximately 0.000076 XMR per transaction. That was the average fee per transaction. So if Monero had a price of $50,000 and a $1 trillion market cap, that would imply about a $3 fee per transaction. And that would be assuming that Monero was doing the same transaction volume as was being done on March 16th, which was about 120,000 transactions per day. As that transaction count grows, the fee in XMR continues to shrink. So what we see from Bitcoin right now, for example, is that they're doing, 2, 3, but before the on-chain degeneracy started with all the meme coins, right? Before Taproot enabled ordinals, we were seeing Bitcoin do about 250,000 transactions per day, and it's with a price between $20,000 and $60,000, right? So hypothetically, if Monero was serving the kind of on-chain volume that Bitcoin was at similar prices, we would be looking at less than $1.50 per transaction. Well, let me rephrase that. I'm completely estimating what the formulas are here, but I'm pretty sure that we would be looking at easily less than $2 a transaction, probably closer to $1.50 or $2 a transaction. And again, the more that people are actually using Monero at those higher market caps, the lower that transaction fee goes. So for example, the Bitcoin chain in a lot of cases was congested and people didn't use it because, well, it often was unusable. So people are using Litecoin and Monero and a whole bunch of other stuff instead of Bitcoin. So overall, like just looking at the rough numbers on this, it doesn't look too bad. In fact, if we had a $20 trillion market cap, which would be an XMR price of $1 million, under the fees that we saw on March 16th, at the height of our transaction backlog, like again 120,000 transactions per day, that would only be $76 a transaction, right? Now I say only $76 a transaction, but again, keep in mind, what kind of on-chain volumes are we going to be doing at $1 million Monero price? Bro, we're going to be easily doing 1 million transactions a day in that case, which really takes that 76 number and chops it down by fractions. I mean, just roughly looking at the math here, like it seems to math, like, and assuming that I am dead certain that Francis Cabana has done a lot of this, or Arctic Mine, as he's known on Reddit. I'm sure that he has done a lot of this math and modeling on various volumes and prices of Monero. And in most of the profiles, most of the regimes that we would expect to see, I think the math makes sense. It's looking like it makes sense. Like your dust levels are going to be very, very low, at least less than $10, but probably less than $1 in most cases.
So that also is another reason, though, why I'm very interested in the idea of raising the amount of Monero in circulation by a larger block reward. Because when you look at gold, for example, like historically speaking, it usually has a certain ratio to, for example, the stock market, right? And and everybody talks about gold as though it has this fixed supply, which is ridiculous because every time gold prices pump, people mine more and they mine a lot more. And then gold re-enters circulation and so on. So gold does not have a fixed supply, right? Like not even close. But the thing is Monero, in a sense, does have a fixed supply because if Monero is entering circulation at a fixed rate, like you can't increase the amount of Monero being mined over a given period of time like you can with, for example, gold. So the Monero that's already exists and can be circulated, in other words, the Monero that hasn't disappeared or been lost from some previous dust event or somebody died and never shared their keys or whatever, that doesn't just like re-enter the supply, right? So in other words, when it's gone, it's gone. So it's kind of like a one-way relationship when it comes to Monero leaving, and there's a one-way relationship when it comes to entering the market, right? And so it stands to reason that perhaps if transaction, and I don't know how you would do it because you'd need some kind of price discovery mechanism built into the blockchain, which is a nightmare, right? But it would be something in the sense of like, if you had a ratio for the size of transactions and like on average, and then and then in that ratio, one of the functions was the transaction volume. Perhaps you could have a dynamic, like the block reward increased for a period of time to increase the supply, or maybe the other way around. But what you'd be worried about is if the block reward was shrinking, then fewer people would be mining it, right? But on the flip side, if the transaction volumes are growing and growing and growing, but the size of the transactions are shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, you would almost want the amount entering the supply to grow. And if somebody could figure that out, right, then it would be more ideal.
Well, thanks for ignoring my points, but anyway, I'm still here. The thing is that imagine you do 1 million transactions in Monero, like in full chain membership proofs. Does that mean that if there is still a transaction extra field, you can put NFTs on it and you just don't care? Like the SHA-256 of a fingerprinted document, you can put it in the TX extra, and then you can have like, well, I don't know, the last prime number or the last Ramsey diagonal number on there, and then just sell that placeholder, you know? I mean, what do you think about the idea? What do you think about the idea of selling the parking space for NFTs? Does that exist or not? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it does exist right now. Transaction extra isn't enforced at the protocol level. It's enforced at the relay level. So when we saw the ordinals hit, there was a pretty big consensus to immediately change the code so that relays do not relay a transaction extra greater than 1 kilobyte. So at the moment, the debate is whether we should keep transaction extra or not when we go to full chain membership proofs. And either it's going to get removed entirely or it's going to be limited to 256 bytes. So I don't know if you've ever tried to look at an image that was only 256 bytes, but the ability to put memes on Monero is heavily, heavily limited. There are way, way better chains for doing it. So the incentive structure isn't there. Even if we kept transaction extra, the incentive structure isn't there for using the chain for memes. There is an argument to be made for the potential of extensibility. So for example, Luke Parker himself would tell you that some of the stuff that he's building he says it doesn't require transaction extra, but it certainly makes it a lot easier. And he needs 256 bytes. I can't remember what it is. I think it's just like a fingerprint or a public key or something like that has to get put into transaction extra to make his job easier for Sarai. But yeah, I mean, there is a debate. Should we keep transaction extra or not? I lean on no. Like I like the idea of extensibility, but I lean into the direction of no.
And I would completely agree with that. I don't like the idea of extensibility. You can't extend a dollar bill, and that's what Monero is. So when it comes right down to brass tacks, Monero is a dollar bill that is not controlled by the Federal Reserve. So a dollar bill cannot be extended. I cannot say that this dollar bill represents my truck, and that anybody who owns this dollar bill now is in possession, like has the legal right to my truck. That's not what Monero is for.
Yeah, but in this case, it wouldn't affect it, you know. In this case, the normal distribution of the fingerprint in SHA-256 inserted into the transaction extra wouldn't affect it because the stealth address, the target address, just appears once. Even if they figure out who I am because they own my router, they see the blub going out, the transaction, they know that that target was sent by me or vice versa. They cannot tell anything into the future, or with AI, they
that's a good point, man. That's a really good point, actually, because the main problem with transaction extra right now is that it allows you to remove decoys, right? It makes the transaction look different, and thus it removes the fungibility of the decoys that were part of your ring. But we won't have rings anymore. So it's like, well, if you want to reduce your own fungibility, I guess you have the right to do that. But you're really not hurting hardly anyone else, because you're relying on the entire output set for being effectively your ring. So yeah, maybe there is something to be said for keeping a little bit of transaction extra. I mean, I value the Unix principles, Shortwave, as you're saying. I mean, do one thing, do it well, don't get fancy, don't get complex. We see exactly what happened with Bitcoin when they enabled by accident and the SegWit, which can have as much arbitrary data as they want. 3 megabytes per block. That's a real headache for them, and they don't know how to fix it. And they basically can't at this point. It's too late. With Monero, the difference between being able to put 3 megabytes of arbitrary data per 10 minutes onto Bitcoin is significantly different, I would say, than 256 bytes of data that you could put in a single transaction. And oh, by the way, if you remove transaction extra, you could still, you're still able to drop arbitrary data into different parts of the transaction. Like the outputs, for example. Right now, you can do 16 outputs per transaction. So you could have the real spend in one of those outputs and then spend the other 15 outputs for arbitrary data. And you could even just write hello world there. You could write, hello, my name is Bawdyanarchist, right? You could write that into those outputs unencrypted, and there's no way that we could stop anyone from doing that. So arbitrary data can make its way onto the chain regardless. The chain is extensible regardless if we want it to be or not, just as a function of what it is.
And truthfully, there's probably a different way to look at it, which is you could just set rules for what data goes into what fields, right? So you could basically have, it has to be a code that meets these parameters or whatever. There may be other choices other than getting rid of the extensibility that keeps it focused on the underlying premise, which is digital cash. Or the other thing is we do this, right? Or it's you dig so deep into the weeds for how do you make Monero the perfect digital cash, to the point where it's really easy to lose sight of the fact that it's so far into the realm of private perfect digital cash that we're going into minutia at this point, when in reality, what is this threat actor that we're even worried about anyway? You know what I mean? Who is this person that's going to take arbitrary data from a small section of a niche crowd and then use it to figure out where I buy my coffee or whatever, right? We're getting so far into it at this point. Or another one that Shortwave brought up earlier, it's we have to stabilize the price of Monero. It's Monero is as much of a stable coin as fucking Tether at this point, right? It's you look at all of the other cryptos out there and their prices are just all over the place, and Monero's yep, still here, and Shortwave's it moved $1. It's I mean,
you've got a good point.
I wanted to say as well that
dedication of this audience, though, right? We're so dedicated to the idea of this will be the perfect digital cash. It's we already cleaned the dollar's clock at this point. We're already infinitely better than almost every other crypto that has ever existed for stability. The privacy is just mind-blowing, and the ease of use is incredible.
I wanted to iterate on the point that Laverde said, that there is a need to double the amount of users, but that's flawed because they're only in the stress net 40 transactions per second that are possible. If you would say, okay, there are 1 million transactions per second that are possible, then that's different. And one of the things that Alaska Anon was saying on the other show was something about the high trust society. Also in Portugal, there was the revolution of, there's this tradition. You put a flower inside of the gun because there was no shot fired during the revolution. So what is needed, and I follow Aaron Day's opinion, is that lots of people that are willing to die for the cause, that is what is needed. And mining pools that run only on RAM, that when the authorities come into the house, you press a button, after 5 seconds, there is nothing to see here. And to that, he talked about percentages of people that would adopt it and defend it, and I think that is the most important for a project like Monero to uphold to. Yeah. Thanks so much.
So we actually had a couple of Monerotopia or XMRChat.com posts. I can't put them on the screen, but I'll read them here just as a kind of a due diligence sort of thing. So Nihilist actually had restated the idea of using KYC not .me for anybody who was, and I know they did read that one, but they didn't post it on the screen. So KYC not .me is a place where you can figure out ways to exchange crypto for fiat, fiat for crypto, different on-ramping opportunities. That's KYC not .me. And then another one from Crypto Talk. After reading Roger Ver's hijacking Bitcoin and hearing comments from influential BTC maxis like Max Kaiser, this was a question that was put to Pavol. I believe eventually there may be attempts by BTC oligarchs for governments in the West to ban all crypto. Thoughts on possibilities? Now, Pavol had answered it, but I don't think anybody else had actually chimed in about it. And I would point out that that is probably true because it's the tendency for people who hold bags to try to increase the value of those bags. Super excited. Our community is growing was a post by a monkey. I agree. And then a nihilist said, if XMR Bazaar ever becomes decentralized anonymous marketplace in the future, I think Open Bazaar was an attempt at that. Mark my words, there will be a revolutionary, just like Havino Dex, decentralized and anonymous, all the things. And I think that one actually was I also read now that I think about it. And then Nihilist followed up with, I have a feeling that we're going to have quite a few Italian Monero users here shortly. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. I have a feeling we're going to have every country using more Monero soon. Then you go to XMR Business said, is there a place or a way for a business that accepts Monero to short the price so that a business can hold XMR but remove the FX risk, kind of like a gold dealer does with gold? There are ways to do that, actually. There are ways to hedge against Monero, and shorting the price is not the only way to hedge against Monero, just so you know. In fact, that would probably be one of my least favorite ways to hedge against Monero, and not just because I like Monero. But Bawdy, do you have any suggestions on how a person would mitigate risk if they were going to be a Monero accepting business? We had talked already about liquidity providing, and that would be my favorite way to stabilize your Monero holdings. But do you have any other ideas for how somebody could hedge against the risk of accepting large amounts of Monero?
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to hold Monero and hedge the risk against price, that's a difficult proposition. It's going to require work on your part. The simple solution, of course, is to put a short, right? Is to open up a very low leverage short position on some portion of your stack, not your entire stack. Obviously, in doing so, you open yourself up to upside risk. If Monero goes towards the upside, you open yourself up to risk. There's also options, like you don't have to just short Monero. There's all kinds of options, and like in a mature financial market, there would be various options that you could use. You know, like for example, you see these things called binary options, and it's actually one of the strategies that I'm really kind of suggesting that a lot of people could use if there's a market crash coming up, which I think there is. If you play the traditional markets, you can take a binary option, which only pays out if the market crashes below X, right? Like the S&P is, I don't know, it's say a certain level, and you would only, that binary option would only pay out if the S&P crashes 30%, right? Something like that. And so what you do is you take a very small percentage of your stack, you put it on a very far out of the money binary option that pays out something like 5 or 10 to 1 or 20 to 1, something major, right? So if it doesn't hit, you've only lost a small part of your stack, like 0.5%, maybe 1%. And if it does hit, you've effectively preserved your capital, because even though your stocks went down, you got the big payout on that binary option. That's just one example of the different options that a mature market would offer, different financial products. So the easiest thing to hedge your risk in Monero is to take a small portion of it and then take a short position. And if you get an isolated margin short position, where, okay, if it gets wiped out because Monero pumps, then you're like, well, whatever, I still got all the rest of my Monero, I'm fine, you know. But if it crashes, you've preserved your capital. That's the simplest way to do it. It requires very little work on your part, other than finding the option that you want to take, and then purchasing it. If you want to be a liquidity provider, that takes a lot of investment and time. You've either got to watch it yourself manually, or you've got to set up the bots and the server infrastructure to do that, which I'm not sure if that exists, which means that someone needs to code it up for you. That implies risk as well, because when you talk about financial software, oopsie in your software, right, a bug in your software could wipe you out if you weren't careful. In the more corporate sense, I really like Alaska's strategy, which you should just elaborate. I won't try and butcher it, because I don't really operate corporately hardly at all. I fucking hate that entire mechanism. I've tried it before, and it's just like, man, I hate the scribbles when they show up at my door with their nice embossed lettering, and I'm like, what does this mean? Like, I can do what exactly? And now I have to file all this more extra stuff. I volunteered to filing more stuff to the government, etc. But it has a lot of value if you know how to operate in that world, and Alaska certainly does. So if you wanted to hedge your risk, Alaska, go for it, man. Tell us the way that you structure your corporations to do this.
2 other words: moving average.
So one of the problems that I have with this question is what exactly are you hedging Monero against? Like, so for example, if it's as simple as, if I would have accepted dollars and it went down against the dollar, right? I mean, there are bonds for that or something. So you have to say, what are you hedging against as far as your risk? Are you worried about it going down against dollars? Are you worried about it going down against the price of fuel? Right. So there might be a simple solution. Like if you have a business that uses a lot of diesel, right? So as a trucking company, right? I try to invest in things that pump if the price of fuel goes up, right? Because that's my biggest risk. But on the flip side, if you're worried about it against the dollar, well, you can allocate some of the dollars. But what the underlying premise with being a liquidity provider is, so yes, when you find out your software is broken is usually when it's too late, and that is a serious issue if you're going to use bots, or you can do it manually. But that requires a company of a certain size, right? Like you would have to have a CFO at your company in order to make sure that it's being done and being done correctly, or somebody in your accounting office that is capable of handling. Now, if you're just like a sole proprietorship running, 2 hamburger stands, right? This does become more difficult because you're going to have to be the hands-on guy, but it does not mean it's impossible. And the more fluid you get with this technology, the easier it becomes. So the idea is you stake a buy price and a sell price, and then you provide liquidity on something like Havana, right? And the idea is, I am dollar cost averaging over the quarter. This many people are buying my goods in Monero. They are paying me in Monero, and I am saving this much Monero over time, right? So what you first need is some data. All right. So if you are collecting, let's say $100 a day in Monero for your hamburger stand, you got $100 a day worth of people who are buying your hamburgers in Monero. And let's say your savings target across the board is you're trying to put away 10% no matter what, and 10% in Monero as well. So every day you're saving $10 of Monero, right? Well, the first thing that you'd want to do is you want to take the shortwave approach, which is that works out to be, 0.05 XMR. Okay. And so I want to take half of that and put it into the liquidity market. Okay. And the reason why you might want to do that is if the price of Monero goes below a certain point, I want to start buying Monero. And if the price of Monero goes above a certain point, I want to start selling Monero. And this is once again where you have to make sure you know what are you hedging against. It is possible for the dollar and Monero to pump at the same time. It is possible for the price of Monero and fuel to dump at the same time. Okay, so what risk are you hedging against? A lot of people aren't worried about the price of fuel dumping because their cost of business is going to decrease, right? Other people are very worried about the price of fuel dumping because their retirement's tied up into it or whatever. You really, really need to figure out what the downside risk of you holding Monero is for your business, because it's not the same for everybody. And you really do need to know, like, if the Monero price goes down against the dollar, well, is that any more risky than if the dollar itself goes down for your business? You know, if you're holding a lot of savings, whether it's in Monero or whether it's in dollars, if both of them go down together, it doesn't matter if you hedged against the dollar, right? But when you provide this liquidity, what you're trying to do is you're trying to say, when the price is dumping, I'm going to acquire, and when the price is rising, I'm going to sell, because it allows me to stabilize the dollar cost average that is me accepting Monero, right? And that actually is the biggest risk. Monero has a very long life cycle already in the crypto world of staying stable. So if you're worried about, I accepted Monero yesterday and the price went down by 10%, well, actually acquiring more Monero at that point is probably one of the lowest risk things that you can do, because over time, the Monero price has been going up and to the right, right? So, and if you still have like a dollar cash-based business or whatever, well, it went down against the dollar. So your dollar holdings have risen to meet that challenge. So you're just balancing your dollar Monero price. And then when it goes way, way up against the dollar and you start selling into the market, you're just balancing your dollar Monero price. And that's why I say, when most people think of hedging, they're not taking it into account for what their business model is. They're taking their advice from some stock jockey, right? That stock jockey is just trying to acquire dollars by buying and selling stocks or crypto or whatever. That's their business model. That's not your business model. Okay, you need to hedge against what your risk is, not what somebody who is exclusively trying to accumulate more dollars is doing with their finances. That's not going to work for you. If you're not a stockbroker, then the prices of stocks haven't really affected you, unless maybe you have a retirement plan with those guys. And in that case, it didn't help you anyway. So, like, figure out what your business model is. Figure out what is a threat to your business, and then plan your hedging accordingly. And by the way, Mr. XMR business, Bawdy is pretty active on Twitter. Like, you could ask him pointed questions with a more accurate risk profile of your business, right? I try really hard to make myself available to people who are doing things in business involving accepting Monero. I will make myself available to you as best as I can to help you further. But what a gold dealer is doing with gold is they're always trying to acquire two things at the same time: more gold and more dollars, right? And so the reason why they hedge the way they do is they're trying to end up with either more gold or more dollars, right? A hamburger company is trying to end up with a certain amount of beef at the end of the week and a certain amount of dollars at the end of the week, and probably a certain amount of fuel at the end of the week. And they're trying to pay a certain amount of labor at the end of the week. Like, your business should be insulating itself against the price of labor, right? Like, most of the trucking companies that I've watched fail, every time that the price of labor went up in the trucking industry, they just kept up with it so they could keep enough truckers, and they never asked themselves, do our prices reflect the cost of labor now that this route has changed, right? So if you're paying X amount of dollars an hour for a guy to run a load, and it's X amount of miles, right? And you're charging those guys per mile. Well, the thing is, if they're driving 30 miles an hour or 60 miles an hour, your entire equation has changed, right? So you want to hedge against what the risk for your business is, not necessarily what a gold dealer is hedging, right? Because they're in a totally different situation than you are. So I don't know if that got you your answer, but I hope it certainly helped you think about it. And if you like a gold dealer position, only in light of Monero, Bawdy strategy is ideal, right? Take a small amount of what you have, you hedge it over the opposite direction of your risk, right? A small amount hedge with a short position. But if you're looking at it from more of a business perspective of acquiring more savings over time, then a liquidity provider is absolutely the way to go. I've built my models around my businesses, right? So that's obviously where I've directed most of my attention, but I will absolutely carve out an hour or 2 hours to help you figure out your business model and help you hedge for your business model. Because in the end, building the circular economy requires people thinking about this at the business level. It requires adoption at the consumer level. And it requires, people going out there and spreading the word like Doug. It requires people providing valuable market analysis like Bawdy. Because if I have a whole bunch of dollars and I want to get into Monero, I mean, I would never want anybody to just go turn all of their dollars into all Monero. That could be a disaster for them, right? So people like Bawdy are making people aware of what the conditions are to the best of his knowledge for how you can get into Monero, how you can, we all have a part to play. And I think that the business owner needs to do a risk assessment, build a risk profile, and decide for themselves the best way for them to accept Monero and the best way for themselves to hedge against price fluctuations in Monero. Shortwave just did an excellent breakdown of, he uses a quarterly, year price so he can provide stable prices. That's his business model. It's working for him. I mean, he's like the juggernaut of XMR Bazaar at this point. So it's clearly working.
Yeah, I would definitely like to echo, just real quick on the same topic. I really would echo what Shortwave Surfer said. So one of the realities of any business is that you do have costs. You are going to have to convert some Monero into dollars or into fiat or into some other form of currency to pay your costs, to get to purchase supplies. And obviously we hope that becomes less and less the case as the circular economy grows more and more. But for now, that is something you do have to contend with. Like if you're receiving Monero for your business, you're going to have to convert that to dollars. And so what Shortwave said, hey, take the 365 moving average. That's so simple, right? There's no you don't need some special fancy analysis or my wave magic or anything to do that. You just need to say, hey, let me take the 180 or the 360-day moving average and then take a look at what the price has been. And then say, okay, right, price is high, price is, above the moving average. Let me go ahead and sell a little bit to pay my operating costs, at least for the next few months, or maybe price is low. You say, okay, hey, at the moment, I'm just going to continue to accept Monero. I'm going to hold it. I'm going to try and spend what fiat I have and then wait for a better price. That's such a simple, don't underestimate the power of simplicity when you're trying to make a business decision. Yes, there's a lot of complexity. Yes, you should take in as much complexity as you can and analyze as much as you can. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to make a decision. So one of the things that I really, really like is a mode of thinking, like a modality of thought, is to take in as much complexity as you can, in a sort of unrestrained fashion, right? Look at CloudWatch, these very complex things, and it's sort of this nebulous fashion, play with it in your head, sleep on it, think on it. And then at the end of the day, realize that you're not going to be able to truly account, like a chess engine for every eventuality or possibility. But at least you've thought about it, and you're going to be in a better intuitive position to make a better decision. So keep it simple, keep it as simple as you can for making decisions. Take in as much complexity as you can while you're able to, but then revert back to relatively simple means for making decisions where able. Sorry, Sleepwalker, go ahead, man.
I just wanted to iterate, I believe I didn't mention this. There are 6 degrees of separation. The concept was originally, I'm reading out from Wikipedia, the concept was originally set out in 1829, short story by Frigyes Karinthy, in which group of people play a game of trying to connect any person in the world to themselves by a chain of 5 others. So mathematically, it means that the person shaking hands with 30 people, and then those 30 shaking hands with 30 other people, would, after repeating this 6 times, allow every person in a population as large as the United States to have shaken hands 7 times for the whole world. So the thing is that to reach this, I thought about this shortly, like if I'm going to go to jail for this, then let's say there are 10 people in a room and one of them goes to jail because of XMR. He won't go to jail, nor 1.5 persons are going to go to jail. You know, that's just going to go and be the guy that says no. So that's all we need. That's all I wanted to say.
It's also a reminder of the power of just going out and telling people and teaching them how to use Monero, right? It only takes each person that you've done that with, like as he's saying, it only takes 30 people and then 30 people and then 30 people to all of a sudden have covered the entire United States in a certain like pervading awareness of how Monero works and how you can use it and so on. The power of the fiat system does quite literally hang by a thread. And everybody is so overwhelmed by the idea of, oh, they're so entrenched and they're so, but it's total nonsense, because it is a faith-based economy that requires people not even examining the existence of an alternative that works. I'm trying really hard to like see if anybody's gonna say anything, but I mean, it's one of those days where it's like there's so many things underneath that would be awesome to talk about. But
yeah, just one of those slow days that happens every once in a while.
I got nothing else.
I have one other thing, which is for those who are listening who are going to Monerotopia, which I hope is at least 1,000 people. Right? I think it would be interesting for us to kind of like calculate in the back of our minds before we get there, like what roundtables might be set up. And I'll tell everybody right now that I plan to be there for 2 weeks total. Right. So Monerotopia is only 4 days, I think, or whatever. But I'll be there for 2 weeks total. I am absolutely open to, if anybody wants to have a discussion on any topic for any reason, either before or after Monerotopia, we can set up a date and we can hash it out. There are things that I could probably be a little more useful in than others, right? I'm not a very good code developer, right? But if somebody is entertaining the idea of being a Monero accepting business or something, and you're going to Monerotopia, I will absolutely go out and have dinner with you about whatever it is you want to talk about. Or I don't know, maybe Bawdy would entertain the idea of like, you want to set up a risk mitigation plan for your wealth. You know, maybe you guys could meet up. I'm not speaking for him, but I'm just saying, I think it would be interesting for those of us who will be attending that have an interest in this stuff to maybe carve out a little chunk of time for us to share our knowledge on what has helped us be successful in these areas, so other people can, you know, ride on those coattails, right? I know I used a lot of what Bawdy has said over the last couple of months and years to help certain people manage their wealth who wanted to exit the dollar. I've gained a lot from it, and now those people have gained a lot from it. And I think it might be interesting for us to have like little roundtable discussions on, you know, either before the event or after the event, for us to share ideas and help each other grow.
Monero business luncheon with Alaska Anon. That should be something like that should be on a schedule.
I actually have a favorite restaurant in Mexico City, not far from the conference. And what's funny is they sell Alaskan salmon omelets. And they're amazing, by the way. It's kind of like funny how it fits the theme. Is you can go to breakfast there and you can eat Alaskan salmon omelets with an Alaskan in Mexico City. Just throwing it
Perhaps just to top it off on the thing of the subsidy, like there is this argument of you are like a beneficial you are altruistic miner, yeah, but that's not the case at all. How I view it is like it's like you have the utility costs, you know. Freedom isn't free. Like if I pay my water bill, I drink water, that's it. If I mine Monero, I not only optionally support it and get to use the best money in the world right now, but I also get water bottles at the end of the month back. So it's an utility cost. Freedom isn't free. That's my point. Yeah, thanks.
I'm going to go build some stuff. I don't know about you guys. But
all right, are we still on? Tux, Doug, are you guys still? Do you guys still exist?
It says we're live, but I know Tux has been
Tux took
listening
off.
in the background.
Okay, so Tux took off. Doug, are you still? Do you still exist, or do we just all have to quit the stream?
No, we gotta voluntarily leave the show. At
About
this
14
point.
minutes ago, Tux did respond in the private chat. So, I mean, and I know that Doug is probably still listening somewhere.
And if we all voluntarily leave and leave Doug here, would it still be live?
That's
yes, it would.
Nobody here.
Mm-hmm. It would.
Douglas, come back.
It's fine. I'm sure that people would show up and be like, "Oh, there's nothing going on." It'll be fine.
Yeah, they'll live.
Yeah,
If anybody doesn't have a Nodo, just be aware that the Nodo is supposed to be at the conference on display. In fact, being used, as was covered earlier in the show. You can place orders.
Sorry. I wanted to tell this. Like, it's so funny. Imagine you are a noob coming into the space. You should not sell your BTC. Don't buy Monero. Buy a Nodo, and what else? He's highly confused.
I don't think people finding their way to this space are quite at the level where they get confused from these conversations yet, but that day is fast approaching. And that conversation, there was a Twitter space. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I listened to most of it, where Aaron Day was taking one side where he's like, boomers are trying to get into this and they have questions. And then Rafael Verde was talking about like, no, we need to make it fun for the Zoomers and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, obviously both are wonderful and like should happen. Right. But I think Monero is one of the few places where you have far less of a generation gap than a lot of these other cryptos, right? Where it's like, there's a place for all forms of the audience to go, albeit maybe small. But I've long believed that memeing Monero into the culture is definitely the ideal way to make people more aware of it, right? But also having people who have capital and assets and so on moving into Monero is important for that too. And the thing is if you wanted a proper economic system with Monero, you're going to want people who are trying to trade labor for Monero, and you're going to want people who are trading, assets for Monero, right? And then you're going to want those people using the Monero to buy the assets and so on. You can't do this without all the generations. So I hope that helps. I'm going to switch to listening only because I'm going to put headset on and start insulating a camper outside. But I'm listening, guys. I hope that helps.
Well, I've got an operating system to attend to. This is the dangers of developing a system on your daily driver system. So I probably shouldn't have been playing with the NVIDIA driver and CUDA drivers on a Thursday.
You know, this is why, like, I'm more of a phone person. I use my phone more often as a machine now than anything. But with my laptop, I just stick Linux Mint on it and call it good.
Use NVIDIA on Linux, Bawdy, or BSD. That's a ballsy move.
I mean, everything's insecure, bro. It's all terribly insecure.
Well, not insecure, just how shitty NVIDIA has historically worked on Linux and Unix systems.
Oh yeah. Well, they do mistreat FreeBSD more than they mistreat Linux because they still won't give us CUDA. But apparently, I saw that someone figured out a way around that. So I was trying to install some stuff, and it installed fine, but I still didn't get CUDA. I'm pretty sure it's because I'm not fully updated on the last point release. So, anyways, you know how that goes, bro. You run Linux.
I do. Except for I mostly use AMD for Linux, so it's not as big of an issue.
Are you running CUDA with AMD now? Like that was a recent thing that was unlocked apparently.
No, I've never used. I know you can't use CUDA because that's an NVIDIA thing, but there's like AMD has their own thing. I forgot what it's called. I've never used it though. I'm not sure how well it works.
Like you can now emulate the CUDA. So like, a lot of the AI stuff, a lot of the neural networks, if you want to run them.
Oh, so there's like some kind of emulation layer for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's emulation exactly, but
Interesting.
It's like some way of making it happen on an AMD. So I mean,
I'll have to check that out.
Nothing holds a note to the 4090, right? The RTX 4090, there's nothing that does as good as that one. So.
Consumer-wise, no, there's really nothing.
Speaking of AI, though, there is a video by Naomi Brockwell that I saw here recently that was talking about how to use AI privately. Because that was one thing that concerned me, is I don't want to run, at least right now, I don't want to run an LLM on my own machine, pull down like Llama 3 and run it myself. But I don't want to be giving my data to OpenAI either. And so I didn't know about these alternatives that would let you use AI but still be private. So if you're looking to use AI privately like I am, check out Naomi Brockwell's recent video.
Yeah, I mean, there's always trade-offs to that as well. Let me see. Of course, it's on my other dual-booted OS. I had a link that I saved where, I mean, I think you guys have all seen it. We posted about it. I posted about it. The where you can pay for Monero and you can basically access any model that you want.
Oh yeah, and there's Cake, something in Cake Wallet.
It's called Nano GPT. You can pay with Nano or Bitcoin Cash, and they're gonna add some more crypto soon. Hopefully Monero. It just lets you load some crypto into an account, and you don't need anything else. Just got to load it with some crypto, and that's it. You can try out any of the models, and it'll just charge you per prompt. So you can try out the image models or text. You can do like ChatGPT, JetGPT, Mini, and then like you can do Stable Diffusion, bunch of stuff.
And Naomi's video, I don't remember the second service she talked about, but the first service she talked about was Brave. They have this thing called Leo, and apparently they don't keep any of the like logs or whatever of what you talk to it about, and they host it. It's an open source model, so they host it on their own machines and they don't keep logs.
The one that I had posted about was ppq.ai. It's a pay per query. So usually when you pay per query as an API, it's slightly more expensive than like the subscription models, but it also worked over Tor. I was able to access the thing over Tor, and they accept Monero directly. So that's definitely one that you could use if you're trying to use
cool.
AI privately. Yeah, ppq.ai.
Alrighty, guys. Any final thoughts? Probably gonna end it here.
Don't buy Monero, earn Monero.
All right. Well, thanks for, I guess Alaska already
More
left.
memes, more memes. What?
Don't pollute transaction extra, bro. No, I'm just playing.
Mordinals. I did mint a couple back in the day when that was a thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's people are missing out on mining the NFTs. There is no mining of NFTs. There should be. Thanks so much. Bye.
All right, everyone. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for listening. Thanks for everyone for coming up and talking. Monerotopia.com. If you want to order your tickets, use code TUX24 for 10, or it might actually be 15% off. 10 or 15% off. And you could buy your Monero Noto at moneronoto.com. Yep, moneronoto.com. And I'll end it right here. Thanks, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Have a great one.
Later.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.